like that. The brakes are on. He's tied off to the pickup truck.
You got some good numbers or what?
We can't talk about numbers. That's top secret stuff.
It's good or bad?
That guy over there, he'll take that information and he'll use it against us.
I'll save that for later.
The last time I faced off against Steve would have been Sun and Fun. So it's been a while. I won't beat him on a calm day, so I'm just hoping for a real windy day and the lucky gust, and I got a chance.
Hey, so my name's Colin Kneva. I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. This weekend I'm lucky enough to be flying a Legend Cub called the Beast Mode right behind me. And then I'm also flying a Carbon Cub as well. But really excited to get back in Beast Mode. We did some wing work on it, some other stuff, so constantly evolving, but I'm super excited. Today was a really good practice day. I think the winds are about perfect for what we're doing. It's windy, but the air is smooth, so it's perfect temps. Practice is a blast. I'm flying this in the unlimited. I've got no competition because I'm the best. I just want to say hi to my family, the kids, and everybody, and thank my sponsors: Scooters Coffee, Omaha Aircraft Supply, obviously Legend Cub for hosting this great event. I want to thank National STOL, Web Eye Care, Lincoln Airport, Clemens Insurance for sure. Couldn't do this without them. I'm just really, really fortunate to be able to do what I do.
All right, we're getting packed up here. We're at the hangar. Getting the Scout packed up for the Lonestar STOL, and this is going to be a handful of things you're going to need. It's not much. These are some of the basic essentials you're going to need for a STOL competition, or if you're just coming to hang out and watch the STOL. We got, honestly, just a feed tub of random stuff: flashlights, extra tie downs. We got fuel bladders, which are Jeff Daly's. He's probably going to want those back. We use those to drain some fuel to drop some weight. Lawn chair, another one of Jeff Daly's. He's gonna want that back too. But yeah, and you got your bag, extra clothes, tie downs. You gotta have a sweet edition Cowie hat. It's just how I roll. A tent, Mexican blankets, and some pads. And that's really all you really need to do to go to one of these things. It's that simple. The Cowie Scott Sweet Edition hat was it's a company based out of south of Lincoln. My buddy started it. He was a bull rider, and I started wearing his stuff. And this hat in particular was one that no one wanted. It was they labeled it limited edition because they couldn't sell it. It's brown and white. And I started wearing it to every show, and it just kind of it just snowballed. Everybody started wanting one, so I gave my buddy a hard time. I said, "Man, you ought to call it the Sweet Edition." So one day he messages me and says, "Hey man, I made it into the Sweet Edition. I hope you don't mind. I put your last name on the side of it." And of course I didn't care. It's his company, and voila, we have the Sweet Edition Cowie hat. And that's how it all started. To get on Cowie and get yourself one of these Cowie Sweet Edition hats, it's gonna help you compete. It's gonna be the best thing you ever did. Hey everybody, Scott Sleep from Hyannis, Nebraska, and I fly Bronca Scout and National STOL.
Well, I'm Keith Lang, flying a 1956 Super Cub. We call her Pepper. We got another one that we call Salt. That's my white one. But so we got a good day in. The wind's beautiful. Absolutely loving it. So we got a couple landings in, and I think tomorrow, if we can do about the same thing, we should be in some good numbers. So got my fingers crossed on that one.
Awesome.
Lisa Ray had mentioned to me I was around 75 feet on the landing. That puts me, right into contention. So that's what I hope I can keep up with. She just needs a good breeze and a good day, and we're going to come away with a title this year. That's what we're looking for. National Stall. Woo! Lone Star. Gotta say, shout out to my grandson Atlas, and my grandson Apollo, and my granddaughter Athena.
Coming across the Florida line, and I started overheating a little bit. Wound up having my motor go out on me over Quincy, Florida. Landed, come to find out, head gasket went out, and also there was a bunch of stuff plugging up the radiator, so lines couldn't fully circulate, so that was why that was happening. It was pressurizing my system. I wound up kind of making a decision to pull it, so I just went and got one and put it in. Took about a day to put in, a day to test. Figured out the radiator issue, pulled the radiator, and there was a core line in the radiator. It was kind of dark black, which means that it was hot. There wasn't anything getting through it, so we figured it out. Part of it, you know, we're out here running these machines at 6,000 RPM. The unfortunate part is when you're not cooling them correctly, like what was happening to mine, you know, it'll get hot and blow the head gasket. It's been awesome to fly it up the East Coast for the last 4 or 5 days. 9,000 mile motor. I got super lucky to find it and put it in.
So I'm flying a Rans S7. I've got the TK1 shocks up front, and I've got the Acme Stinger on the tail. I sent my plane off, I had a new cuff put on the wing, and I had the flap handle moved, so I'm loving those additions. Plane's flying, it's a lot of fun to fly.
We're here in the paddock with Patrick and the yellow friend. It's got a name, huh?
Little yellow friend.
So talk to me about how practice went for you out there.
It was good, yeah. It's a little bit windy, but it's not gusty, so plane wasn't falling out or anything. I think tomorrow, we're just hoping for good weather. I mean, that's the main thing, so that we can fly and keep it safe, but it's kind of nice. Today and tomorrow we're forecasted to have headwinds right down the runway. I just want to go out with, do the best I'm capable of, and you know, not bend any metal.
Is there anyone back at home, anyone you'd like to thank?
Hey, hi to my wife, Kelly, my kids, Chase and Tanner at home. Have a great day.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn out here at Pinedale, Wyoming. Here's a quick look at what we do at the shop. This is our family business. We're an automotive and bus and fleet repair shop. And we've been here since 1948 here in Hearne, Texas. My grandpa built this shop originally in 1948, and this building here that we're in today was a meat locker plant, and we were right next door. And then we gradually purchased this building and moved over here. And so my grandpa, Wilson Korn, originally founded the shop, and then my dad, Larry Korn, and then myself, Brandon Korn. And now my son is in charge of operations here. He's Chevy Korn.
He's out there living the good life, flying around. Left all of us here to take on the legacy. I'm pretty much operation manager. I run day to day. I handle all the estimates, ordering all the parts, customer service, scheduling. Pretty much I wear a lot of different hats for this company.
Yeah, we do a lot of painting. We paint an airplane or two every year, and we painted mine here. Completely disassembled it and used everyone in the shop worked on it.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, buddy?
Good.
What's
How
your
are
name?
you?
Where
I'm
you
Chris.
from?
I'm from College Station, Texas.
All right.
We did some rivets and stuff like that, and I helped put in the seats, the floor. I did some wiring on it, stuff like that, little stuff. Brandon did most of it though, but
It took a lot of help from everyone to complete that project. It was a big project.
My name is Samuel, and I have Brandon to assemble the airplane.
This is our paint shop. We mix all the colors here in-house, and we can match them. We have a digital camera to scan the colors, dial in the color matches, and we use all the top-of-the-line products. There's no shortcuts on paint. There's no such thing as cheap paint. This is my home airport, Hearne, Texas.
Climb Yeah.
What are you up to today?
Just in the shop screwing around.
Hey, you want to do me a favor? You got your airplane back, didn't you?
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, could you fly down to Oglala and pick up some parts that are at the airport?
Yeah, that's fine. Are you out in the hayfield?
Yes, sir. I'm just south of town in the hayfield.
Okay.
South of the airport.
Yeah, I'll run down there and grab them. Just shoot me a pin where you're at, and we'll drop them off here in a little bit.
It's pretty smooth up on the high ground, but it's just a spring and a couple air filters for the tractor.
All right. Should be able to get that in the Cub.
Yeah, I would think so.
All right. Perfect. We'll see you here in a little bit.
Appreciate it.
All right. You bet. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's go get these parts.
Pretty normal out here. All the airports pretty well know that we live in the middle of nowhere. We're gonna come in an airplane. So they delivered them to the airport for us. Here's Scott's parts. He said it was just a couple little parts, not much to it. And Jesus, you lied to us. The spring weighs 30 pounds. All right, good to go. Off to the hayfield.
That's good. I'm gonna give him that one. They're like, thanks, bud.
We're back in business.
Doing STOL competitions is new to me, and I figured out at my first competition that hitting a spot was a new challenge. So I bought some cones so that when I practice, I can practice hitting a spot. It's been helping me quite a bit. Good morning, I'm Pat McAteer from Lincoln, Nebraska. This is my good buddy Joel Rourke. I just started competing in National STOL this summer. I got a Rands S7 here, and my buddy Joel just bought a Rands S7. My airplane's gonna get the flap handle relocated and a leading edge cuff to try and help it fly slower. Joel's airplane already has those upgrades, and his plane is down in Kansas, so this morning he's gonna fly my airplane down there, leave it, and fly his airplane home. Joel is a soon-to-be National STOL competitor, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You gonna make Texas?
That's a great question. Can't wait to see it when it's done.
Dude, thanks for taking it down.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be awesome.
I can't wait to
Have
see
a great
it.
trip.
Thanks, buddy.
See ya.
See ya.
Eddie Sanchez here from Willis, Texas. Flying Devil Girl 2 today. Had a great day of practice. I think I might get out and get some more practice in because I really need it. But since I've flown last, we've added some slats on this thing, so I need the practice trying to get better. But otherwise, it went really well. The engine's running well and the airplane's performing well, just like I expected. And we'll see how it goes tomorrow, but I think with these slats, I'm definitely landing a lot shorter than I used to. I'm able to get it a lot slower.
Who's your biggest competition out here?
Dan Reynolds, of course. There's no way I can beat Dan Reynolds unless he scratches 3 times in a row. But he's going to be a tough one to beat. Colin Caneva, and he's running in that Legend Cub. They put a new wing on that one, so that's going to be a tough airplane to beat also. So I don't know how I'm going to do actually against Colin, but I know I'm not going to beat Dan.
And anybody you want to say hello to, anybody you want to thank back home?
Just everybody at home. They're watching. All my family's watching at home, so they're excited to see all this stuff. They're great fans. They love supporting Sherry and I coming out to these competitions, and we love coming here. So it's great.
I am Luke Spohr. I am from Sulphur Springs, Texas, here actually, and I am flying the Legend Cub MOAC.
How does it feel to have National STOL here at your home airport?
Feels good. It's nice to have it at home, familiar with the area, the runways, the airport.
Who's your biggest competition out here this weekend?
Brian Steck. It's always me and Brian Steck. Brian Shirley, he's getting really good, so he'll probably be a little bit of competition, but it's usually me and Steck are fighting for first and second place.
Hi, I'm Dan Reynolds from the Yukon Territory in Canada, and this is my custom designed Chinook Valdez Special. Practice was good. It's practice. Can't never get too much of it. You know, you always try to do better, so yeah, it went pretty good.
Who do you think is your biggest competition out here this weekend?
It's a good question because I'm up against people that I haven't flown against before, so I really don't know. The most likely is Eddie and Justin. Justin has some issues. I'm really hoping that he gets them sorted out.
I saw there's another little Chinook out here, right?
Yeah, nice to see it out here, and they're having a blast. And I'm watching him, and he's doing good. You know, just trying to get that thing dialed in so it flies right and tweaked, and then I'd say he's doing really good. I would like to thank all the volunteers, all the sponsors, everybody that makes this happen has made it happen, because this is such a great event. Without that, it's not going to happen either, even if you try to make it happen. And of course my family back home that support me and let me come down here and have some fun with you guys.
My name is Brian Steck. I'm from Mineola, Texas, about 45 minutes south of here, flying the American Legend MOAC, the 2020 model. It's got the Titan 370 engine, shock monster shocks, struts. So
how's practice out there?
It's good. You know, I just wanted to get out one more time in this little different wind, a little different conditions, and I hadn't got to fly with Colin out there yet. There's going to be some pretty stiff competition here this time, so nervous, no. Anxious, yeah. It's really, really close. I think I'm behind in the points for the season by 5 points right now. Got a little work to do. Of course, you know Luke's always talking smack. He asked me if I was nervous.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck out there. Fly safe.
Thanks a lot. It's good to see you.
A bunch of us came in early. We were like, hey, let's go down to Kitty Hawk. Mr. Bill, Brandon, JB, and me, and Ed. We cruised down the coast, dude, at like 120, 500 foot right at the minimums and waving at everyone. It was so cool. We landed at Kitty Hawk, which is, the first flight. Landed there, went around, got to see the Wright brothers plane, the field that they landed it in. And man, it was an experience. I never thought I'd ever see that place. And it's cool to come out and do this stuff. We went from there down to the beach. We landed, walked out to the beach, sat there talking to all the people that were fishing, man. They're laughing, having a good time. We came right over their cars, landing, hung out for a little bit, put our feet in the water, and then got back up and headed up here. And it was a good time, man. This is what it's about. Like, the competition's fun, but it's more fun to take everyone out and go beach land, go just a couple different places, and just experience the other side of it, not just competition. And it's like a big brotherhood, and a big family. And I'm lucky to be a part of it.
Hello everybody, I'm Jeff Abrams. I'm from Ocala, Florida. I fly a 1965 Piper Cherokee. We call it Piperzilla, the beast from the southeast. Out here practicing today at Lonestar STOL. My practice today wasn't as good as I'd like to see it, but you have good days, you have bad days. Found out for the landing the runway was pretty soft for my airplane. Got small tires and a tricycle gear, and I'm digging some pretty good trenches out there, I think. Some of the other people may not like that. But so far it's a good day, nice temperatures, good wind for getting us off the ground, and having a good time so far. Y'all come on out.
So my name is Lexi Duncan. I am the official line boss of the National STOL Series. I have no idea how I worked my way into that title, but been here the whole season, so here we are. Yeah, so I'm an airport supervisor back in Virginia, and I'm a pilot myself. I fly pretty much anything I can get my hands on. whatever's available, I'll take it. It's been so fun. I feel like our weather, the wind, has just been so tough every single time. It's always something. It's always something. It's either too much or not enough, and it's kind of hard to do a good STOL event with that. But those guys make it work, and they make it work well. I mean, it is so fun to watch. I love the rivalries. Those always give me a good time out on the line, and being on the line, I mean, I got the best seat in the house, so it's good. It's awesome. For me, if I'm pulling them up to the line, I'm looking at their mains and making sure nobody's getting too far back or too far forward, you know, not giving up a foot or not cheating a foot. Sometimes they try. No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, making sure they get up on the line spot on so that all the scoring's fair for everybody. And same thing when they land, making sure they're not landing before the line. If they're on it, great for them. But I'm calling it good, or I'm calling it a scratch, or I'm saying I don't know. Because sometimes those guys, I mean, they have so much skill in them, they'll land right on it. And sometimes I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I no idea what's going on. Oh, they hate it so much. And I mean, I take it personally. You know, I hate to see my favorite people scratch, and they do it, and it happens, and it's so painful. It's so painful to see. I hate doing it. But, you know, they get just as excited when they have a good landing, so I think it all balances out. It's okay. The first thing that comes to my mind is 3 weeks ago, Jeff Pohl in Minnesota just kept hitting stuff. Because, you know, he puts all this stuff on his airplane, and he doesn't know the size of it. He hits cones, he hits flags, he just, you know, he does it all. And that probably made me laugh the most out of anything that's gone on. Swamp STOL overall was just chaotic because it was so muddy. That sticks out in my mind. It's always something. We either got mud, dust, sun, too much sun, anything. But yeah, Jeff Pohl, he'll give you a good laugh. Fan favorites, easily the Jeff Pohl and Micah Lindstrom rivalry. That always gets everybody. Colin Kaniva, definitely a crowd favorite. Steve. We can't miss Steve. Hal. I mean, shoot. There's so many good ones. Brian's one of my favorites. Rick Boardman has been killing it. I mean, the way he put out an aisle, that was awesome. That was so awesome to see. So consistent, so awesome. I mean, he just makes it look so easy.
Yeah.
Oh, he makes it look so easy. I mean, he flies that Carbon Cub like it's nothing. But, yeah, I mean, I'd say everybody's favorite's probably Steve just because of what he can do. But he's so humble and so awesome. It's great. Man, I just want to see this organization continue to grow and continue bringing awareness to what we're doing because, I mean, shoot, when I first started flying, I didn't know this was a thing. I had I'd never flown a fat tower airplane, and, you know, the first time I did and started coming to these events, I mean, it was just, that was it. You know, I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing with my life, and, you know, the fact that this organization has done so much and brings a different side of aviation to so many people, whether they're in aviation or not. That's the beauty of it. It's intriguing, it's interesting, it's so fun regardless. And I just want to see the organization continue to grow. And I mean, you know, even just looking at what was going on a year ago compared to what we are now is so phenomenal. So I'm ecstatic to see what happens in the next 12 months, 24 months, continue going on. I can't wait.
Welcome to Sulphur Springs, Texas, where we're one day closer to bringing this truly epic season of National STOL to a close. The weather that impeded competitor arrivals yesterday morning has cleared, and some truly legendary pilots and aircraft have flown in to see things through. We're at the home of American legend aircraft for Lonestar STOL, deep in the heart of Texas, where bush planes are born, and where later this weekend, the national champions will be crowned. Practice yesterday proving difficult for pilots of all skill levels, setting the stage for today's competition. It's anyone's race. It's time to buckle those safety belts and put that tray table up. We're gonna teach you everything you need to know about STOL. The line is painted. We're clear for takeoff. Let's get those engines started. It's time for National STOL's Lonestar STOL 2024.
And welcome, STOL freaks and Av geeks. My name's Ryan Dabrowski. I got Cam Walton next to me. And we are ready to kick off Lonestar STOL here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. We're at Sulphur Springs Municipal Airport, and things are getting really, really exciting. Practice this morning, conditions quite challenging. Quite challenging, and that's going to be the great equalizer today. We have never seen so many scratches over and over and over again in practice. It is going to be anyone's game, anyone's race today.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited.
We are headed into the other thing we got to talk about, Cam. We are headed into the national championships tomorrow. So we've got a set of season points being awarded at the end of the day today. We've got our awards ceremony tonight. We're going to hand out a bunch of trophies. Wake up tomorrow morning. You guys got to come back to Sulphur Springs, come back to us on YouTube, come back to us on Facebook, and get ready for the national championships. We're going to be handing out winners of the national championships, like how did you place, 1, 2, 3, and then at the end of the night, we're going to award the actual season champions their trophies. So we are handing out a lot of hardware this weekend. Yeah. It's going to be really, really intense. But first, folks, we got to get this thing kicked off right. If you could please rise, remove your hats. It's time for the national anthem. So we are about to get things kicked off here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's time for Lonestar STOL 2024. If you're following along at home, check us out on your sectional, maybe your iFly, EFB, electronic flight book. We're at Kilo Sierra Lima Romeo, KSLR, Sulphur Springs Municipal Airport. We're going to be competing on runway 1 today. Little turf runway we've carved out between the taxiway and the hard surface here in Sulphur Springs. It's time to kick off the sport class. First up, you're going to see Chuck Olmstead in a 2001 American legend. Brent Womack, Rans S20. Jeremiah Stapleton, 2018 Rans S20. Levi Nogas flying Pat McIntyre's Rans S7. Daryl Hickman, 2003 American legend AL-18, and Kelly Qualls in the 2007 Cub Crafters Sport Cub. Tony Sanchez going to be leading the charge in a 2014 Just Super STOL. Matt Vastine in a Just Highlander, born in 2023. The plane, not the man. Nick Ardillo, 2014 Cub Crafters SS. Brandon Rice going to be cranking it out in a 2009 Rans S7. Eddie Sanchez, 2023 Just Highlander. David Curley in a 2017 Highlander. And not to be forgotten, it's the back of the pack, Lee Boyd, the 2019 Cub Crafters. Joel Milloway in a Rans S7. And last but certainly not least, Pat McIntyre in a 2006 Rans S7. And we are getting ready for the first heat of the sport class.
That's a packed class.
It is a super packed class. Ready for taxi dance? Or do you want to go into how it works? Up first, race number 125 from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Give it up for Chuck Olmstead. He's flying a 2021 American Legend aircraft AL-18. Soloed a Cessna 150 in 8 hours on his birthday. So that's Chuck Olmstead. Also says he's built 36 Vans RV airframes, so he's built a lot of things. Up next in race number 15, in a 2020 Rans S20 Raven from Denton, Texas. Give it up for Brent Womack.
Brent's a retired airline pilot in CFII MEI. He's built Rans S20s. He built this Rans S20 3 years ago. Enjoys bush flying around the country, participates in STOL and STOL drag competitions, and finds the competitions as a great opportunity to learn and meet fantastic aviators.
It's time for Alpha 3, the third pilot in the Alpha flight. It's race 111, also flying a Rans S20 Raven. It's Jeremiah Stapleton.
He started flying in 2016, enjoys STOL and backcountry aviation, learned to fly in a 1947 Cessna 140, and has experienced flying various aircraft since then. Jeremiah Stapleton.
Race number 55 from Belton, Texas, flying a 2006 Rans S7. Give it up for Levi Nogues.
He joined the Navy for adventure and ended up at the Naval Academy, but couldn't hack it, so joined the Marines. Spent 6 years in reconnaissance and force recon companies with the pack on his back. Earned a Green Beret after attending the Army Special Forces School. He joined the Army as a helicopter pilot and then flew the King Air and Citation.
Next up, and last in the Alpha flight, from Ormond Beach, Florida, race number 22 in a 2003 American Legend AL-3 light sport aircraft. Give it up for Daryl Hickman.
Daryl's a FAA-rated airline transport pilot for land and seaplanes, holds a commercial pilot certification in balloons and gliders, and possesses a light sport repairman maintenance certificate.
So that is the first heat of the sport class here at Lonestar STOL 2024. You might be wondering, what's going on here? How does STOL work? How does National STOL, this competition, work? Well, it's time we give you a little lesson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear: tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies. It's a great day for STOL competition. Let's get it started.
So that is how National STOL works. I'd like you to close your eyes while we get ready to go. Take a deep breath and imagine that you are sitting on a beautiful sandbar in the middle of the backcountry, and you've got a friend who's flying in to do a little fly fishing with you. Imagine that the line is the beginning of that sandbar, and everything after that is beautiful, perfectly the right amount of soft sand, and you're going to land on it, or your friend's going to land on it. That's what we're simulating here. We're putting these skills, these practical, real-world flying skills to the test. Here's Chuck Olmstead now. It's the first takeoff of Lonestar STOL 2024, and we are underway.
Looking like just a little bit over 200 feet. The judges are getting our numbers ready for us.
Next up, Brent Womack during practice today. Cam and I were admiring that spinny spinner. Here he goes. Tail back, tail down, and he's off. Dropping the gauntlet, a little bit over 125.
Yeah. Same type of aircraft. Jeremiah Stapleton has a Rans S20 as well. Do like that blue color.
Yeah, I dig that blue color. Jeremiah Stapleton's been a fixture on the National STOL circuit. He's often seen cooking us all breakfast and dinner.
Yeah.
Part of the family effort of STOL. Here he goes, getting that tail nice and high. Pulled back maybe a little too soon for Jeremiah Stapleton.
Look like the judges are saying maybe 140-ish.
Levi Nogas waiting in that Rans S7. That's actually Pat McIntyre's plane. Friends helping friends. Here we go, and he is off, and he pulled a little early too. You know, Pat and I were talking with this actually. He said if you pull early, even a second early, it could add 50 feet, 100 feet to your takeoff distance.
Yeah.
All that added drag, again, aerodynamically and on the wheels, just really slowing you down. Now, Daryl Hickman in the J3 clone. Look at that thing. It's a beauty. If I'm not mistaken, that is the first American Legend aircraft that's ever been built. They call it Tweety. And he's off. There he goes. Notice that airplane doesn't have any flaps either, so that's going to be a thing. So everyone's looping around. It's time for the first landings of Lonestar STOL 2024. Looking at the takeoffs right now, shortest takeoff so far, Cam, Brent Womack with 134. Levi Nogas, I would have expected a shorter number from him. He's at 161. Daryl Hickman, in basically what amounts to a modern-day J3 Cub, coming at 325. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Chuck Olmstead now.
On approach.
Good over the line for Chuck Olmstead.
Yeah, gave up about 30 feet maybe. Next up is Brent Womack in the S20 Raven.
Doing some slip action there.
Yeah.
Getting the airplane cross-controlled a little bit.
You can see his big barn door flaps down. Wind conditions a little bit more stiff than what it was during practice earlier. And he's right over the line, probably gave up 20 feet.
Jeremiah Stapleton coming in. in his Rans S20. Coming in over that Sulphur Springs, Texas grass. Good over the line there for Jeremiah Stapleton. You know, Cam, I got to wonder, people are not scratching yet.
No.
And during practice, it was scratch after scratch after scratch. We have that crosswind. Folks, if you look at that windsock out in front of you, that big orange ice cream cone looking thing, look at that. Right now, for the pilots, the wind is all coming from the right, but it is shifting slightly more on the nose of the aircraft, which is what they want. The more wind over the nose, the better. It's also getting stronger. So if it gets stronger and more on the nose, it's good. If it gets stronger and stays a crosswind, maybe not so great.
Not so great for the pilots.
Not so fun. Here's Levi Nogues. Nice one over the line. So I think what we're seeing is all of the pilots in practice today, they were all scratching over and over and over again. Like I said, I don't think we've ever seen that many scratches in competition before. The adjustments have been made.
Yeah.
People are just giving themselves that extra distance, knowing that they will make it over the line. And they'd rather make it over the line and get on the board than be really close and scratch. The other thing that's been discussed is this taxiway that's right in front of our landing spot. That's actually a few feet taller than where the line is, and people actually have to get over that obstacle and drop it down. Here is Daryl Hickman slipping it in. You notice he's got that crosswind control in, that right wing down.
Probably gave up 70 feet, maybe.
Let's look at the scores now after the first run of the first heat of sport class. Chuck Olmstead currently in 4th place with 575. Brent Womack holding the lead with 268. Jeremiah Stapleton in 3rd place with 362. Levi Nogues up in 2nd place with 284. And Daryl Hickman in 5th with a combined score of 612 feet.
While we're in the booth, I'm over here admiring all the nose art for all the aircraft, especially Brent's. I believe his is named Happy Dog.
Is that like the song? I'm just a happy dog. You know that song?
No.
Oh, okay, now you do. Yeah. Hey, folks, while we're getting reset for another run of the sport class here at Lone Star STOL, don't forget to visit both the National STOL merch booth, but there's a Legend Aircraft merch booth. There's tons of vendors. Red Tag Art is here. Go check them out. See that stuff in person. We'd love to have your support. We really appreciate you. So check that out. Go check out those booths if you're here in Sulphur Springs, or go to nationalstol.com. You can pick up the merch from this season, the whole season, there on the website. Lots of great local vendors. We got food trucks on site. We really appreciate your support. The other thing is this is the end of the 2024 season. We've got our competition today, and then we're headed to the national finals tomorrow.
All right. Chuck Olmstead on the takeoff roll. Looking about 150-ish on that takeoff. Let's see what the judges have to say about that.
Brent Womack coming up to the line in that S20 Raven.
With the cool spinner.
Coolspinners.com. I have no idea if that's an okay website to go to. Brent Womack, again, you talk about he's a CFII. Stole drag. He does it all. Getting that nose real deep, popping those flaps. Getting that tiny tail wheel against the ground there.
Yeah.
Some of the scores from these takeoffs coming in.
Oh,
Chuck
yeah.
Olmstead, big improvement down to 150. We'll see what Brent Womack's score comes in at. Here's Jeremiah Stapleton.
Nice tail up. Pulling back on the stick.
Now, interestingly enough, it was a good takeoff. I see where the judges are. The question is, did that takeoff touch down a little bit later? Did he settle back down? The judges seem to think he didn't, but from our perspective, he may have. So that's something that will be reviewed. We're going to Levi Nogues now.
With the tail up
Holding that
already.
tail. Swag points.
All right.
Pulling a little early, dropping that wing a little bit, but he's got it under control. Still feels like it's not quite ready to fly when he pulls that thing back. I think in just a few more seconds.
That wind shifted too. It was almost a right quartering tailwind.
Yeah, look at the windsock right now. I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Daryl Hickman and the American legend AL3. No flaps. Yanking back. Well timed in the J3 clone. The American legend version of it. You know, by the way, I got to poke around that plane. It was in the hangar we've all been hanging out in all weekend.
Yeah.
It's 3 inches wider in the cockpit than a J3, which doesn't seem like a lot.
But it's an immense amount.
It is an immense amount of extra room. It feels almost too big when you're like just poking your head in. I didn't sit in it. I had no one to ask, but I was just looking in it, and I was like, it's so much bigger. I spent a lot of time in J3 Cubs, so wanted to poke my head around and see what it was all about. Okay, here comes Chuck Olmstead now, low over the grass.
Now, did you get your tail wheel endorsement in a J3?
I did my whole private pilot training in a J3. Here we go. Flex. Here we go. Chuck Olmstead in the Super Cub. It's the American legend version of the Super Cub, I should add, the AL-18s. We're seeing a big representation of legend aircraft now, and that's fitting. They are our hosts here.
Yeah. I don't know if he meant to do that when he stopped, but he was a little bit perpendicular to the runway, so we'll see what happens as a result of that.
And what Cam's mentioning is that if you do lose some directional control, you'll be issued a warning by race control. And if it happens again, scratch for Brett Womack, plopping it in on that right main. That'll be good for the TikTok videos later. Really working those gear. So, yeah, if you lose directional control on landing, you'll be issued a warning. If it happens again, you're going to be DQ'd. You can't be unsafe. So, look at that. Brent Womack keeping it straight, but really dropping it in on those gear. Jeremiah Stapleton coming in now in the other S20. Good over the line.
Yeah.
Gave up, what, 30 feet, Cam?
Yeah, it's beautiful, though. Nice buttery landing. He's got it stopped sub 200. So we'll see what that does for him for his combined total score, if that's better than his last run.
Levi Nogues on short final in the S7. You can hear him modulating with power, ballooning up a little bit, dropping it in exactly where he needed to be.
That's awesome.
Look at that one, folks. Round of applause for Levi Nogues. He plopped it, and he dropped it right where it needed to go.
Yeah.
Just a few feet beyond the line, and based on all the scratches we've seen in that challenging hill, right? It's actually a really good application of what we learn with short field landings, landings over an obstacle, takeoffs before an obstacle. Even though it's just a few feet, it can make all the difference on your approach to come over a thing and land after it. Daryl Hickman. That was poetry.
Oh, yeah.
That was absolutely poetry. There's nothing like a J3 Cub style, an AL3 Cub coming into land so gracefully. Absolute beautiful thing to see. They're going to taxi back for another run around the pattern. Again, don't forget to join us tomorrow for the finals, where the top 5 points leaders in each class are going to be invited to compete for a final set of points to not only see who wins the finals, but who will be crowned the annual championships?
All
The
right.
who will be crowned the annual championships? Who will be crowned the annual champions? I am a professional announcer. Here we go. Let's talk about our friends at Red Tag Art, who made the national champion trophies. They feature innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from red-tagged aircraft parts, bottle openers made from valve covers, all the way to turbine coffee tables, everything in between. Check out their designs or sort of custom project over at redtagart.com. And I saw those national champion trophies. They are sweet.
Oh, I can't wait to see them. I still haven't seen them yet.
I want to point. I just want to. They're also. I mean, we're in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
The trophies are immense. They are absolutely gigantic.
Kelsey does great work with all of those trophies and all of his artwork that he does at Red Tag Art. I have a few pieces myself. Chuck Olmstead with the tail up.
Big old right crosswind still. Based on the windsock, I'm going to guess, 7 knots? Maybe 8 knots?
Yep, I'll agree with you on that.
Here's Brent Womack on the line in the S-20. Nice and short from Brent Womack.
Yeah.
Somewhere between, I would call it maybe 115, maybe 110.
Yeah. That 115 mark seems really good. And that's with parallax from where we're sitting.
Here's Jeremiah Stapleton in the S-20, currently in 3rd place. Brent Womack, who just took off, currently in 2nd. Jeremiah Stapleton on the roll, getting that tail nice and high, pulling it back, and he is off the ground. That was a nice short one with Jeremiah Stapleton. He's going to be happy with that. His best takeoff so far was 149.
Yeah, then he's going to be really happy with that one.
$92 feet.
Okay.
Holy cow. Here's Levi Nogas, currently in 1st place.
Ooh.
Nice one for Levi Nogas. Look at the deck angle coming on out. Daryl Hickman in the Legend Cup.
You can hear him applying that power. Yeah. Lexi's excited.
Nicely short. I mean, think about that. Obviously, it's a modern interpretation of a classic, but the fact that airplane got off that short is absolutely incredible.
A testament to the pilot.
We are coming up on the 3rd and final landings for this heat of the first heat of Sport Class. Want to remind everyone, not only is tomorrow the finals here in Sulphur Springs, Texas, you should also be gearing up. I can't believe I'm saying this because it has been one heck of a year, but you should be gearing up for the 2025 schedule.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is going to be announced in December.
Ooh.
So in like a month-ish, give or take, I don't know exactly what day in December.
Yeah.
2025. Chuck Olmstead giving up about 50-ish feet.
Nice little bounce. He's just going to keep it rolling.
Retracted those flaps. I don't know if you saw that.
Yep.
Getting the lift off the wing. Those flaps, folks, let's do a little Aviation 101 real quick. The flaps are the inboard-most control surface on the wings, and they create drag and extra lift. So if you get rid of them, you suck them back up into the wing, you're going to lose that drag, but you're also going to lose that lift. Helps you get more braking action.
Braking action for free.
Free braking action. Sold here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Here comes Brent Womack Last one was a little sporty, then a DQ. He's going to hold it higher, well over the line. And that's probably something you'd see more in the backcountry, right?
Yeah.
Just like a nice safely over the line type thing. Keeping that tail up, getting it stopped. Well done for Brent Womack, except for the footage he gave up. He probably won't be too happy about that. But he wanted another one on the board. Jeremiah Stapleton, Cam, had a 92-foot takeoff.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Second shortest of this run.
Oh, that's going to be a nice number for him if he can get it stopped. Come on, Jeremiah. Right around the 2:15 mark, I'm betting. That's pretty consistent for him. His first landing was 2:13, second landing 194. Here comes Levi Nogas, still currently in first place.
2:14 on that last one. That was a very good guess.
Well over the line. Now he's got to get it stopped. Okay. Levi Nogas had a 79-foot takeoff. We just we're like, oh, wow, that was very impressive. 79-foot takeoff. Let's see what he pairs it with. He's holding first, and he wants to get as low of a number as possible because up next are some much higher horsepower airplanes and some more aggressive pilots. And then after them, the owner of that aircraft's hopping back in, the current season standings leader, Pat McIntyre. So
Oh, very nice slip coming in from Daryl Hickman. A little spicy.
A little short, touchdown before the line, but I say that one wins in terms of style points so far. That slip. Loving that slip action. He's got to do that because he doesn't have those flaps, folks.
Right.
Those inboard controls we've been talking about. He can't change the descent rate of the airplane by changing the shape of the wing like everybody else. So he's actually got to cross-control the airplane to make it fly through the air dirtier.
Yep.
And that'll create more drag and also kill some lift over the wings.
Yeah, it's presenting more of the fuselage into the wind, essentially. So instead of braking with the wings or any type of aerodynamic surfaces or control surfaces, he's got to use his actual fuselage.
So that is going to wrap up the first heat of sport class. Right now, let's run through the standings. Levi Nogas in first place with a combined score of 212 feet. Brent Womack, best combined score of 268. Jeremiah Stapleton up into third with 306. Chuck Olmstead, 500 feet on the nose. And Daryl Hickman in the AL3. It just makes me so happy to see it with 541 feet combined. I mean, I want to be clear to folks. I fly a 172.
Yeah.
I can't. I just can't. Right? I don't know if I can take off in these numbers that we're seeing for combined scores. So I just want to put that in perspective for everybody. Really, really impressive numbers. And the numbers today are only going to get shorter.
That's true. I didn't think about that. They're going to get more impressive as the afternoon progresses.
As we get ready for the Bravo heat, I want to talk about one of our sponsors. Let's talk about Tundra Tailwheel. They're actually here. You want to visit them and ask them about their tail wheels. They're over by Steve Henry's. I was going to call it a trailer, but it's more than that. It's like his shop. So if you're fed up with tail wheel shimmy, you're looking for a sleeker design with the added security of a locking tail wheel, proudly made in America, Tundra tail wheels deliver exactly what you need. Join the ranks of countless STOL champions who trust Tundra tail wheels. Our products are not compatible with Leaf Spring, T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspensions. You can upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com. So we've got some more Cub types coming out. They're going to taxi back to you. Introduce them right now. Check it out in the chat right now. Bobby Kerr, who's a National STOL competitor, saying, we bought a valve-covered coat hanger from Red Tag Art at Oshkosh.
Yeah.
And we love it. Travis Meyer in the chat. Hey, National STOL, go Team Nebraska. Good luck to all you great pilots. And then Katrina, who's very big in the e-STOL world, which we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Miss Cat herself.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Practices were wild. I can't wait to see what happens in this final round. So it's going to be a pretty rough and tumble fun time. Let's get them introduced to you. Up front, in the 2007 Cub Crafters Sport Cub, the big old yellow one from Malvern, Arkansas, race number 86. Give it up for Kelly Qualls.
Kelly got his pilot's license in 2007 and took a break from flying, got back into it, bought a Cessna 150 in 2018, and it reignited his passion for flying. That's about the time that I met him. And in 2022, he got a 2007, this actual aircraft is 2007 Cub Crafters Sport Cub with the 0200 engine. 100
Next
horse.
up, in race 75 from Montgomery, Texas, it's a 2014 Just Aircraft Super STOL piloted by Tony Sanchez.
Tony has over 40 years in the airline industry, 33 years with Southwest Airlines. He's got a lifelong general aviation love and started flying tail draggers less than 4 years ago, and he says it's his best flying experience ever.
Next up, from Granbury, Texas, in a 2023 Just Aircraft Highlander, give it up for race 112. It's Matt Vastine.
Matt is a bus driver. Doesn't say what bus, what kind of bus, but he's a bus driver.
Maybe he's an Airbus driver. We
That-
don't know.
yeah.
He could be driving any kind of bus.
He's enthusiastic about general aviation, which who wouldn't be? This is awesome that we're able to do these things like STOL. Pursues aviation activities outside of work, so he's probably landing on some sandbars, some gravel bars, other places, and camping under the wing.
Here comes race 68 from Dallas, Texas, in a 2014 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Give it up for Nick Ardillo.
This is his 8th STOL event. He's owned that Carbon Cup for 3 years. He's an airline pilot based out of Dallas, and his total flying hours of 15,000 plus hours.
It's not a small number. He's got 300 hours of tail wheel time, which just is dwarfed by all of that airline time. Check it out from a name I can't pronounce in Kansas. It's from somewhere in Kansas. It's race 98, a 2009 Rans S7 piloted by Brandon Rice.
Brandon Rice has been flying for 2 years. Purchased his Rans S7 from a great friend and mentor, Larry Klusman, and has met many great people in the aviation community and enjoys living the dream and flying with his friends and flying buddies.
And I just love that S7 that Brandon's got. It's brand new. It's just, I love the red. I love the white.
Yeah.
I went to the University of Wisconsin, so red and white Badgers, that could work for me.
All righty.
I dig it.
Yeah. I can dig it too. Being a Razorback fan, some red and white, a little bit of gray in there.
So it's time for the second heat of the sport class to kick off. Here's Kelly Qualls taxing up to the line. Best combined scores so far of the day, Levi Nogas with a combined score of 212 feet.
Excellent takeoff from Kelly and the Sport Cub.
Tony Sanchez taxiing up to the line. To say he was hanging it all on the prop in practice is a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, seriously. That was pretty, that last landing of his was pretty high alpha. A little spicy. He's got that right crosswind, a direct right crosswind to deal with. So,
I mean, he's a airline guy. That airplane powered by a Rotax 912. It's got 160 horsepower. Here's Matt Vastine. This one's going to sound a little different. It's got a Yamaha engine on the front. Seeing a big influx of the Yamaha engines in National STOL. And he nursed it off there.
yeah, you can see as his tail came up, he was getting a little bit more solid directional control on that.
Nick Ardillo at the line in the Carbon Cub from Dallas, Texas. 180 horsepower in the front of this aircraft.
All right, off on the line. Flaps coming up. All right, Brandon Rice next on the line. I like his cowling. It looks nice. And that pointed spinner is really good looking
sharp,
too.
pointy.
Yeah, it looks fast.
Getting that tail nice and high. He's going to yank it back. Oh, maybe just a fraction of a second later, he would have just leapt into the air. But that's still a really short number, especially with this crosswind, which may be cheating to a slight tailwind right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sub 125, like, for his takeoff. I can't do that in the Champ.
So they're coming around the pattern. Let's take a look at the scores. Takeoff scores right now. Kelly Qualls with 123 feet. Tony Sanchez, 130. Matt Vastine, 111. Nick Ardillo, 115. And Brandon Rice, 116. There's a very popular part of the runway right now.
Yeah. These numbers are pretty close. Kelly Qualls coming in right now on approach.
Hear that stall?
Yep.
Whoa, it was close. I don't know.
What's Lexi going to say? Yeah, she doesn't know.
Sitting there thinking about it. She's like, where did the tires touch down? I don't know.
Right,
let's go to the replay for Kelly Qualls' first landing at Lonestar STOL 2024. Here he comes. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. So the rule is that the tire cannot touch the paint at all.
Yep.
Here's Tony Sanchez. Is he going to do the same thing? Yeah, look how high the nose is. Holding it off with all the power. Nice one, Tony Sanchez. Holy moly. Post that one on TikTok. Look at how high that nose was. He is just showing the belly off. Holy moly. Not afraid to throw it all out there for Tony Sanchez. Next up, Matt Vastine's hovering in. Look at him crabbing into the crosswind.
Yeah. Flaps down, nursing that throttle.
Here he comes, lots of power.
Ooh, yeah.
And he's got to get it stopped and straight. Good, he kept it
Yeah,
straight.
kept it straight.
He had to get a lot of power to keep it over the line. Look at this. Here we go. That wing's dropping. He's adding the power. And a go-around for Nick Ardillo. He's already offset. Just a little too bunched up in the pattern there, so he's going to try to separate us. And while he goes around...
We got Levi.
Yeah, we got Levi with Brennan in the pits.
Here with Levi. Levi, you just finished up Heat 1 of the sport class. How are the conditions out there?
They've been better. I tell you, you know, that's the challenge with doing any kind of thing like this. You know, just like in the real world, in the backcountry or wherever, you know, the winds are not always like you want. It's not the best for, you know, for fun, but I did the best I could. And I'm in a borrowed plane today. It actually felt like a borrowed plane. I felt like I was a little behind it, but I won the heat, I guess. Did the best in the heat, but everybody was having a lot of trouble out there this morning with the winds, or just a kind of a crosswind and tailwind. It's just you know, it's just fun, but it's a challenge.
Yep. One more question. Do you think you're going to beat Pat in his own plane again this time?
You know, everybody's been asking that. I think after this last performance, unless the conditions get worse, I probably won't beat him this time.
All right. Well, thanks, Levi. Back to you, Ryan.
That, one, that was a great question to ask because we were all wondering it. Two, while you guys were interviewing, we had Brandon Rice come in with one of the most accurate landings I've seen today, putting down a 125-foot landing, popping up into third place. Let's see where Nick Ardillo ends up, and then we'll recap the scores. Little burst of, and a scratch. I was like, a little burst of power to get him over, but it wasn't enough for Nick Ardillo in the Carbon Cub. Right now, Levi, best of last heat, still holding on in first place with a combined score of 212. Tony Sanchez up into second with 233 with that epically high deck angle, that nose just aiming for the Angels. Brandon Rice with that highly accurate, he kept it so close to the line without scratching, 241 feet. And now Brent Womack from the first heat in fourth. Matt Vastine in fifth, and Jeremiah Stapleton in sixth place with a combined score of 306. Kelly Qualls' best score so far is a scratch. Not on the board, but would have been competitive based on what it could have been.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
He's not going to let that scratch hold him down for sure. As we get everybody taxied and in position. Kind of looks like the winds are doing a whole bunch of different things. Looking at the banners out there. And Kelly Qualls giving it some power. Tail coming up. He's going to pull back on the stick a little early. It looks like he's off in sub 200. Tony Sanchez is next in the Just Highlander. Or I'm sorry, it's a Just Super Stol.
Tony Sanchez, I cannot wait to see him come back around for another landing. Currently in second place with 233 feet. Matt Vastine firing things up, working that Yamaha.
All right.
Pushing the stick all the way forward. Yanked back just a little early, I think,
Just
but well done.
Yeah, we have a very clear view into the cockpit. We can see his hands moving for sure.
Yeah, watch the pilots when you can. Watch how they time everything, right? You've got, in these tailwheel aircraft, you get the tail coming up so they can get some speed and then turn that speed into lift by putting the tail back down. And then they're putting flaps in. Watch Nick Ardillo's left arm there, yanking the flaps in. Pulled at just the right time. If you get those flaps timed at just the right time, you get that little burst of lift. It's going to help you pop off the ground. Here's Brandon Rice.
A little extra spring action. He also had that right crosswind correction in up until he didn't need it. And the tail coming up. Nose coming up, pulled back just a little early. There's still no problem for the Rands with the Rotax on it. And we're getting set up for everyone to return, led by Kelly Qualls. He's got his flaps down. He was slipping earlier to lose some altitude.
You know, he said he he slips. He slips mostly for my benefit. He said, I know you like it, so I slipped for you. I was like, thanks, buddy. All right, here we go. That was well done, I thought. Too close to call for headline judge Lexi Duncan. We'll send it to the booth for review.
I'm going to say he crossed the line, but let's see. Yeah, he was safe. Oh, yeah.
Oh, what are they going to say? I think he did it.
Okay.
I think it's good.
All right.
They're calling it good for Kelly
Sweet.
Qualls. Nice.
All right.
Oh, look at Tony Sanchez.
Wow.
Locking those tires up at the end, too.
Yeah, that was awesome. Looking like a 112, 110-ish. 110, okay. And high and to your left, we have Matt Vastine in the Just Highlander. You can hear him nursing it.
Oh, he did
oh
it.
Wow.
He
Okay.
did it. Matt Vastine got it over the line. But he's going to roll out. Oh, Matt, why'd you? Oh, he rolled out. Dude, that is heartbreak. Lexi Duncan's holding the checkered flag like, bro, what are you doing? You did it. I have a theory. He had so much extra energy from all that throttle he had to put in to save it.
Yeah, he's. Oh, it was called a scratch. Okay, after review, race control saying it's a scratch.
Nick Ardillo down and good over the line, getting stopped just over 175. So they did call it a scratch from Matt Vastine, but whew, that was what does Corey Robbins say? That was an absolute barn burner of an approach.
Yeah.
He was working for it.
Brandon Rice on approach. Nice little crab.
Bringing that Rands S7 in.
Can't hear him just yet. Now I can hear him. Yeah, he's going to be safe with that. It's a very nice landing. Nice and smooth. Somewhere around the, I can't tell actually. It looked like it was a little over 100. 104. All right.
So let's look at the scores now. Heading into the third run of the second heat of sport class. Levi Nogas still holding on.
Still the king.
Still the king of the sport class as it stands right now with 212 feet. Tony Sanchez absolutely coming for him with 233 feet. His second run for Tony Sanchez, 239. So he actually has got room potentially to catch up to him.
Yeah.
Matt Vastine still in fifth place. Let's look at Brandon Rice up in third. Look how tight that is. 233 for Tony Sanchez. Brandon Rice with 238. That's just a me.
Yeah.
It's just a me in height between them.
Yeah.
That's pretty great. Brent Womack holding up fourth still from the first heat with 268. Kelly Quall is up in sixth now, 289. So it's getting spicy.
on our last run for this heat.
Yeah, heading into the last run. What do you what?
Man, it's anybody's game right now, honestly. I think if there were any ringers or anybody holding back, this is for all the beans right now.
All the beans. Turn it up, give it the beans.
Yeah.
Kelly Qualls is going to give it the beans in just a second here.
All right, he's giving her the beans. Slight tail up. And there we go, flaps coming in. All right, they're pointing at 185-ish. Still dealing with that right quarter. Actually, it was a right quartering headwind as opposed to a direct crosswind. So that's going to help a little bit, especially if Tony's going to wait on it. And that tail's coming up. Flaps coming down.
Felt pretty clean for Tony Sanchez on that one. His best landing was that first one, that 103-foot landing that we were howling about. So we'll see what he does as he comes around the bend. Matt Vastine now, Yamaha-powered, wanting redemption after that last landing.
All right.
Just nursing it off. We've got to watch these takeoff numbers, too, from where both mains need to be off ground, right?
Yep.
So it's like you can't just have the right main come off. You have to have both.
Right.
So the left main stuck on a little bit longer. Judge is looking to where that left main came off the ground.
Nick Ardillo giving her the beans. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was...
Nick Ardillo.
That was nice.
Brandon Rice in the S7.
See what numbers he's going to give us on this takeoff.
He's only been flying for 2 years, this guy. Let's watch those 29-inch air streaks. Where do they come off the ground? Nicely pulled.
Oh, yeah.
Just over 100 feet.
Okay, yeah, yep.
He wants it.
Yeah.
He wants it. His best takeoff so far, 116.
All right. So now everybody's set up to return. Led by Kelly Qualls. A nice crab into the wind. Oh, yeah. That was...
Oh, too close to call again.
Too close to call for Lexi. It looked good from my angle, but let's see what the replay says.
We are under review here for Kelly Qualls landing. Oh, man, it's hard to tell from that angle. And that left main touching down right on the line. I mean, precise.
Yes.
But just like a little too precise. You need to be just a little further down the runway. So a scratch for Kelly Qualls. And I think that's okay because he had his best pairing right in the middle there. Here's Tony Sanchez.
Oh,
He
man.
got every time.
He's figured it out.
Man, that is just, he's like laying down.
Yeah.
He's just laying down in the airplane.
I really wonder how much sky he's seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about like using your periphery. like you're looking out those side windows. What would my grandma say? Jizo Pete's. Holy cow. It's something else. I'm from Wisconsin. I can say holy cow all the time. It's all cows. That's all we have up there. Matt Vastine, currently in 5th place. Typically see him a little bit closer to the top.
Oh, yeah. Coming in high, but safe.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing we always kind of mention this at least once a broadcast, is remember, folks, that, like, one, we're not worried about passenger comfort in these types of operations. Two, any energy that you can direct down into the ground is better than forward, right? If you have energy moving forward, you want your shocks in the earth to help you. Here's Nick Ardillo. Oh, right over the line. That was well placed. That crosswind still playing with everybody.
Yeah. Which now wants to be a quartering headwind. And everybody's aircraft are looking great in the sunlight over here on the taxiway.
Oh, and they're calling it a scratch for Nick Ardillo on that one. Brandon Rice, good over the line. I'm going to stop saying good over the line because every time I think it is, it's not. But that one had to have been. So Nick Ardillo with 2 scratches. He's going to be hanging out in 7th place as we head into the 3rd heat. So now let's take a look at the scores as we head into the 3rd heat of the Sport Class. Sport Class is deep and big, deep in the heart of Texas. Levi Nogas from the 1st heat still hanging on. Combined score of 212 feet. Tony Sanchez, 233. Matt Vastine, 237. He up into 3rd place. He could do it. He did it. Brandon Rice off the podium now by a foot with 238. Brent Womack in 5th place with 268. So a little bit of an upset for Brandon Rice, who is holding on to the podium, and Matt Vastine now, at least for now. At least for now, holding 3rd place. Now, you thought what Tony Sanchez was doing was insane.
Yeah, it's going to get turned up to 11 now with his brother, Eddie Sanchez. And this next heat to include Patrick McIntyre, whose aircraft already flew in the 1st heat, now being piloted by the owner in this next heat.
There's Eddie Sanchez's plane. Look at that thing. I mean, these planes are getting more and more, for lack of a better term, souped up. I mean, Eddie Sanchez, a Yamaha 998T. It's a Sidewinder engine with a turbo on it. It's making 270 horsepower. If you are a big fan of National STOL, you might recognize that make and model of engine. The Yamaha 998, also what Steve Henry has in his aircraft as well.
Yeah.
So things are getting spicy. You're also going to see Dave Curley practice this morning. We called him Disco Struts. You'll see why when he taxis by in just a minute. He's got a modified Rotax 912 with 150 horsepower. Lee Boyd running arguably one of the more stock airplanes, weirdly enough, in this in his Carbon Cub. And then we've got some Rands S7s coming up with a little bit of extra juice as well, including that yellow one right there. On board with him now, Pat McIntyre.
It's about to get really exciting. It's been exciting, and just is going to progress as the afternoon progresses.
It is going to get, for that, I don't know what else to talk about. It's going to get stupid, folks. Like, we have the perfect way to see who the best STOL pilot is in the country, dare I say the world.
Yeah.
Because we've got a crosswind from the right. We don't have any headwind. Everyone's got to work for every single foot. It's time for the third heat of the sport class. From Willis, Texas, in a 2023 Just Aircraft Highlander, race number 48. Give it up for Eddie Sanchez.
Eddie's a 777 captain for United Airlines, resides in a hangar home, which is the ultimate life for a pilot, and shares his life with crew chief and partner Sherry, which is one of my favorite people who I get to talk to off and on during the season.
Next up, race number 11 from Spicewood, Texas, a 2016 Just Aircraft Highlander. Give it up for David Curley.
David came into flying later on in life, but he enjoys the capabilities of bush planes for exploring untracked areas. He finds flying in the backcountry and accessing properties without a formal airport fun and convenient, and appreciates STOL competitions for meeting great people and learning in a focused manner.
Next up from Epson, Tennessee, it's race 219, a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cup. Give it up for Lee Boyd.
Lee Boyd's originally from Houston, but now is based in Tennessee near Chattanooga. And he started competing in Swamp STOL earlier this year. First time I saw that aircraft, it was still an amazing looking paint job. And he's in his 7th competition.
Next up in race number 4 from Blackfoot, Idaho, it's a 1996 Rans S7 piloted by none other than Joel Milloway.
Joel Milloway is an A&P pilot and builder fabricator. He's got smoke on his aircraft, which is awesome. He loves smoking this out during the competitions, and his aircraft is named Tiger Shark.
I can't figure out why.
Couldn't figure out why. But
That's a scheme designed by his children.
Well, we can see how well they're in tune with aviation, huh?
Yeah, it looks super dope.
Yeah.
People still say that, right? Super dope? Okay. Next up, from Lincoln, Nebraska, race number 40. Give it up for Pat McIntyre.
Pat McIntyre is a part-time veterinarian specializing in orthopedic surgery for dogs. And he's a part-time professional pilot providing flight lessons and contract flying. He provided 2,000 hours of dual instruction, or actually has provided 2,000 hours of dual instruction, and is experienced in aerobatics, upset recovery, and formation flying.
Yeah, so he's got 2 teenage sons and doing all the great things Pat McIntyre's doing. Let's look at the season standings now for Sport Class, because now we're getting into some of the people that you're going to see flying tomorrow.
Ooh.
I could guess. I'm going to guess.
You know,
in
just
terms of the season standings right now, Pat McIntyre in the front with a combined season score of 149 points. Joel Milloway with 101 points. In third place, going to Lee Boyd with 57 as of Music City STOL a few weeks ago. David Curley holding 5th with 37. Eddie Sanchez tied with him with 37. Nick Ardillo, 36. And who else is here? Brandon Rice, who you saw earlier, in 11th place with 24 points. Matt Vastine down in 14th for the season with 15 points. But the top 3 and the 5th place competitor all in this heat right now. Actually, both 5th place competitors. So other than Dennis Rowe, who's not here right now, you've got 1 through 5 all hanging out in this heat of the Sport Class. Eddie Sanchez getting ready to go, winding that thing up. Okay. All right. So the right main came off sooner. That makes sense. We got a right crosswind. That wind wants to get under that wing a little bit. So we're sub 100 feet now for Eddie Sanchez. Here comes Mr. Curley in the Grasshopper. Disco struts. I bet he hates that. I bet we're all proud of it. Like, wow, disco struts. It's got a nice ring to it. And he's going to be like, no, guys. It's called the Grasshopper. I painted it green. Let's go. Here he goes, getting the tail up. Look at him get it all figured out. Mowing the lawn a little bit, and very smooth. Now we're going to start to see some really short numbers. Your best was 79 for Levi, and Jeremiah Stapleton at a 92-foot takeoff. Eddie Sanchez with a 93-foot takeoff. David Curley just now with 110. Here's Lee Boyd.
I'm always going to love that paint scheme. It's never going to get old. Tail coming up.
Lee Boyd just over 100 feet, making it look easy. Now look at these two Rans S7s. Joel Milloway's got the more original design, a little bit shorter coupling in the fuselage. Put a little smoke in Pat's face before he gets going. And Joel Milloway reminds me a lot of Hal Stockman, right? Like the idea of like lightness, building it light. Look at that.
Oh, man.
I have no words for that. Sub 75 feet for sure.
It's nice and easy.
Yeah, using that crosswind as much as he can. Here's Pat McIntyre now. A little bit younger of an aircraft, longer fuselage, a little more modification. Like he's sitting a little taller. He's got a little more angle of attack at rest. Got a little more horsepower on the front.
And here he goes. You see him grabbing for those
and
flaps.
Look at that for Pat McIntyre. They're pointing a few different places right now on the field. Around the 100-foot mark. It definitely wasn't off as short as Joel Milloway. We'll wait for that score to come in. Joel Milloway's score coming in at 70 feet.
Wow. Let's go.
And we've got a little bit of time before Eddie Sanchez comes in. I want to talk about another one of our sponsors, our national sponsors. It's time to talk about E-Props. E-Props are efficient propellers for aviation. They're the lightest propellers in the world. They're ultra-strong, high-performance, made in France since 2008. Props for paramotors and for full-size aircraft. Carbon titanium propellers that are ultralight, innovative, and high efficiency. Here's Eddie Sanchez now. Coming in. Look at him. Hanging it on the tail. Hanging it on the prop. Boom. Down he goes.
Let's go.
Nice one for Eddie Sanchez. Sub 100-foot landing.
And gave up about 30 feet. I mean, it could have been a lot shorter than that.
We got to see which of the Sanchez's does the best, too. So, Tony Sanchez currently in second place. He was...
Ooh,
we
okay.
just had a place change. Folks, Eddie Sanchez is now your sport class leader with 185 feet combined. Here comes David Curley and Disco Struts. Ooh, too close to call for... Oh, not too close to call. Lexi raises that blue flag. Let's watch it on the replay. Yeah, we're kicking up dust well before the line, and by well before the line, I mean like a foot before the line. That's pretty close.
Yeah.
Let's be clear, folks. When you take your private pilot test, what is it, Cam? Like plus or minus 100 feet is the accuracy you need?
Either that or 200 feet.
Lee Boyd. Stall warning horn cranking away at him. Scratch for David Curley's means he's going to be a bit of a wild card heading into the second round. Lee Boyd is down and locked. Waiting for that score to pop into our sheet. The upset so far, Eddie Sanchez. Here comes Joel Milloway in the Tiger Shark.
All right.
Ooh, what happened with that right main? Did it touch after or not? Back to review. They're making us work for it in the booth. No, I think they're going to call that a scratch for Joel Milloway as well. which means Eddie Sanchez is going to continue to hold on to his first place, but maybe not for long. Here comes Pat McIntyre looking for blood. He's going to get his scalpel out. That's a veterinarian joke. Here he goes. A little bit high. Good over the line. He gave up about 50 feet. Now, imagine Pat had touched 50 feet sooner, even 20 feet sooner. That would have been enough for first place. Let's see what happened. He had a 100-foot takeoff, looking for the landing number to come in now.
133 on that landing for a combined of 233, which puts him in 4th place.
So Pat up into 4th place now. So if we look at the standings, Eddie Sanchez rocketing up into 1st place with a combined score of 185. Levi Nogues currently holding 2nd place. Tony Sanchez in 3rd.
And as we get lined up back on the line, we have Eddie Sanchez to start us off. We'll wait for everyone to get in position. And here he goes with tail up.
Eddie Sanchez giving it the beans.
Man.
Maybe he had some of that legendary Aviation coffee in the fuel tank there. Let's see what that number comes in. I don't know if it was as short as his first takeoff. We don't have as much, is it fair to say we don't have as much wind on the nose right now? It's a little more crosswindy again. David Curley in the Grasshopper. .150 horsepower modified Rotax 912. That airplane weighs 746 pounds empty. Here he goes. That was a very graceful pullback, but a little too soon. He just didn't want to fly exactly when he pulled back.
Yeah.
Lee Boyd taxing up to the line right now. Big old 31-inch Bush tires. To put it in perspective, this airplane weighs over 200 pounds more than the one that flew before it. And check out the winds cam, 5 knots from 080.
Okay. Just a little bit over 100 feet, looks like. Joel Milloway in Tiger Shark.
Getting it spooled up. Waiting for the air boss to say go ahead. There they go. He's got his hand on the flap handle. What? That was super short.
All right. Sub 75. We'll see what Patrick can do once he gets the okay from the air boss.
Now, Pat has, maybe after this season, we'll call it McIntyring. Let me tell you about it in just a second. Yanking it back. There we go.
Man. Yeah.
That's the takeoff we expect from Pat McIntyre. McIntyring is when you hop into first place on the last run of the entire class. And Pat's done that at least 2 times this season, maybe more, where I'm like, oh, man, what's going to happen? And then Pat's like, bloop, I win.
Yep.
And we may see that this time, although that takeoff was very impressive.
The onboard cam from him. Oh, wow.
Oh, look at these numbers. Okay, folks. Joel Milloway and Pat McIntyre both had identical takeoffs with 68 feet. That is bonkers. Here comes Eddie Sanchez. Good over the line.
Right.
Nicely done. Just plopping it in there, Eddie Sanchez. Look at how textbook that is. That was a clinic on where to drop it in. You're safely over the line with the mains, but the tail wheel still touches before the line. Totally good. David Curley coming in over the grass. Watch for the hump. That he's got to fly over here. A little bit of power. Letting it up on it. Ooh, a little burst. I don't know if he needed it. I don't know if he needed that little burst of power.
I don't think so.
Here's the thing. It's real easy for us to see that from the booth. It's very hard to tell whether or not you need it in the cockpit.
Absolutely.
Eddie Sanchez's second run, not an improvement. He's still going to hold first with 185 combined. David Curley on the board now in ninth with a combined score of 284. Things are so tight. Holy cow. Here comes Lee Boyd. Burst of power. Ooh, I think that's going to, yeah, that's a blue flag. That is a scratch for Lee Boyd. Currently in seventh. Yeah, look at that one. Under review. Definitely that right main tire touching down. Joel Milloway next up in the Tiger Shark. He's, let's see, I made a out for blood thing with Pat McIntyre. We should make one. He's literally tigers can smell blood.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Here he is. Okay, floated in over the line. Get it stopped, Joel. Ooh, there we go. Hold that tail. Wow.
Man.
That was expertly done.
Yeah.
Don't want any busted props today. And he, of course, is a master at the controls. Pat McIntyre with the 68-foot takeoff. Watch on the onboard camera now. Look at that sight picture. Very flat. Burst of power. Burst of power again. Getting it over the line. Holding it.
Okay. Wow.
I want to see that again.
I mean, man, there's a lot happening.
That again. Show me the replay, Maestro.
There was a lot happening.
Okay. See, here he is again. He's way high alpha. Tail's touching down. Back into the air. Got it down on the ground. Compressing those gear. Keeping it straight. Getting that nose a little low, but a burst of power again keeps it from touching the ground, but did extend that landing roll just by a few feet.
We have a numbers change.
We did have a numbers change. Despite the excitement of that last run, Pat McIntyre now up into first with a combined score of 165. Eddie Sanchez now holding second with a combined score of 185. Guess what? It's a tie for second. Joel Milloway with 185.
All right.
Levi Nogues off the podium now, down to with 212, down to fourth. Oh man, we have a fight on our hands on the last run of Sport Class.
Here we go.
Here at Lonestar STOL 2024.
And Eddie Sanchez. Tail coming up. Nose coming up.
Whoa! Big deck
wow.
angle on the climb out there for Eddie Sanchez. David Curley currently in 10th place. He's going to hop off the grass in the grasshopper.
Another aircraft we can see directly into the cockpit. See him working. And see the tail coming up, stick coming back. He's up. It's a little bit over 125, looking like 130, 132.
Here comes Lee Boyd, currently in 8th place with a combined score of 246. Windsock still showing a annoying right crosswind.
And guess it's not going away.
Lee Boyd trying to get that number down.
Man.
Joel Milloway. Previous takeoff was 68 feet, currently tied for second.
See what he does for us on this last run for them. He's got a pretty stiff crosswind. Nothing helping him out right now.
Yeah, almost a tailwind there when he launched, just a tiny bit. Pat McIntyre at the line, currently in first place with 165 feet. Now, here's the thing. You might think, well, 20 feet is enough to hold everybody off.
Yeah.
No, sir.
No. Tail coming up. Man.
Not as short as last time. His previous takeoff, again, 65 or 68 feet, pardon me. Now he's probably back around that 100-foot place. Eddie Sanchez on final approach. Look at him. Look at him hold it off with that power.
Nice crab going on. Oh. All right.
Oh, Eddie! Look at that for Eddie Sanchez.
Yeah, sub 100. Just barely.
It is definitely going to be a fight for all 3 spots on the podium here in the sport class. One thing you got to give Tony and Eddie credit for is they just are fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are ready to go.
99 feet on that landing. Which puts him in second place.
Yeah, so Eddie Sanchez now still holding second place with his first takeoff and landing. David Curley coming in.
It's for all the beans. Ooh.
Okay, little power to get it over there, but look at how much energy he has to dissipate, gripping on those rotors. Here comes Lee Boyd in 8th place. David Curley's going to hold on to 10th. Stallworn blaring, touching down around 50 feet. Got to get it stopped. Oh, he's going to roll out. You never roll out. You always got to get it stopped because there's other awards. There's the Pilot Performance Index. There's the most consistent award, and if you roll out, you throw away your chance at either of those. So no go for Lee Boyd. He's going to stay in 8th place. Joel Milloway now tied for second. 67-foot takeoff. This could be it. Good over the line.
All right. Locking up those brakes.
Oh, Joel,
man.
My heart can't handle it, Joel. I'm 42. I'm in the danger zone. You can't do that to me. 67-foot takeoff, currently tied for second. And he is going to take it. He's going to take second now with 174. So Pat McIntyre confirmed for first now with his 165, but by only 9 feet. Sport class is the new everything. Here he is, plopping it in, ready to go, getting it stopped. He knows.
He knows.
He knows where he's at. That was incredible. That's just the beginning of the action.
Yeah.
We are just starting to get things fired up and ready to go here in Lone Star STOL. Sport class is over, but guess what's next? Touring class, where you're going to see a de Havilland Beaver fly. So we're going to take a short break, and let's go meet the folks that made this happen in the sport class. We'll be right back here at Lone Star STOL 2024 right after this.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
And we are back here at Lone Star STOL, say that 10 times fast, 2024 in fabulous Sulphur Springs, Texas. Let's give it up for the sport class competitors. Look at that crowd of competitors. That was a bit, I mean, everything is bigger in Texas, right? We had a big sport class. They're all standing very far away from me because they're very nervous. Okay. You guys want to know how it ended? Thank you. Okay, yeah, that's how this works. In third place, with a 93-foot takeoff, a 92-foot landing, with a combined score of 185 feet. Give it up for Eddie Sanchez. In second place, you go up there, yeah. 67-foot takeoff with a 107-foot landing. In second place with a combined score of 174, Joel Milloway. And by just a few feet, with a thank you, Lexi. With a takeoff of 68 feet, a landing of 97 feet, with a combined score of 165 feet. Give it up for Pat McIntyre. Pat, conditions today. Anything you want to pass off to your other STOL competitors in the other classes?
Yeah, no, good luck.
All right, get up there. Let's give it up for these sport class winners once again. Congratulations, folks. Things are just getting started. And I'm gonna move away. Here we go. Congratulations, everybody. Now it's time to recap it all. Back to you, Cam, in the booth.
All right, so we have our scores from this round. Let's go with first place, Patrick McIntyre with 165. Second place, Joel Milloway at 174. Third place, Eddie Sanchez at 185. Fourth place, Levi Nogues at 212. Tony Sanchez coming up in fifth place at 233. Matt Vastine at 237. We'll have Brandon Rice, number 7, at 238. Lee Boyd, number 8, at 246. Ninth place, Brent Womack at 268. 10th place, David Curley at 284. 11th place, my friend Kelly Qualls at 289. 12th place, Nick Ardillo at 289 as well. We got 13th, Jeremiah Stapleton at 306. 14th, Chuck Olmstead at 500 feet. And number 15th, or 15th place, rather, Daryl Hickman at 541. Wrapping up the sport class for National STOL Lonestar STOL. Yeah, so this last round was pretty exciting. We saw some pretty awesome flying, especially from Patrick, of course. That high alpha, that high altitude from Tony was awesome to watch. I had a great time watching that. His brother Eddie, I mean, Devil Girl 2 is an awesome aircraft. The Highlander XL. I mean, disco struts. We can't forget all the lighting.
Yeah, can't forget disco struts.
Yeah. Brent Womack, I really enjoy his spinner. It's giving me some World War II vibes from that spinner, and it looks great. And you can't be mad at an aircraft named Happy Dog with his favorite puppy on the front. I mean, just had a great last round of flying from all of our pilots. I'm already looking forward to next year. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow with the actual finals, our final competition. Can't wait to see some of our competitors do what it does for the that top spot for the end of the year.
Yeah, so the next steps for the sport class will be tonight. Obviously, we'll be awarding them their custom Lone Star trophies.
Ooh.
And then we'll also be announcing which of the pilots here will be continuing on to the finals tomorrow.
All right.
And then again, they will be competing not only for like the finals. You can take first, second, third in the finals. The finals will award a second set of season points, and those season points are going to contribute to the overall season standings. And then tomorrow night, it'll be revealed who the National STOL National Season Champions are.
All right.
We're going to see it all. It's going to be amazing. So that's something to watch. The next thing up for us right now in Lone Star STOL is the touring class. And I'm kind of pumped about this because we've got some big birds. We got some big birds playing for us right now. It's going to be one heat of giant airplanes.
Planes that shouldn't do what they do, but they do it very well out here, partially due to themselves, but mostly due to the piloting skills from the pilots. I can't wait to see what's about to happen, especially with this Beaver that we have that's coming up.
Yeah. Beaver is going to be super cool to see. And there's a bit of a grudge match that will bring you up to speed on as well in the touring class all season. Here's the lineup for Lone Star STOL 2024 touring class. Chip Ferguson, I'm so pumped for this, flying a de Havilland Beaver. Brandon Corns bringing his Cessna 205 back. John Douglas from Pinedale, Wyoming, going to be rocking that Cessna 182. John McCardle, Amal M5 from Omaha, Nebraska. And Luke Strandlin in the 2009 Murphy Super Rebel from Mora, Minnesota.
Man, all big birds, all cool airplanes.
Yeah, I mean, and like as they taxi up here and we get ready to introduce them to you, this Beaver in the back here, that's a 3,000-pound empty airplane. The airplane's up in front of you right now. If you see Brandon Korn there in the gray 205, that's a 3,000-pound gross weight aircraft. And what that means, if you're new to aviation, it means that that you can load Brandon Korn's plane, you fill it up as high as it can go. It weighs as much as the Beaver weighs just sitting on the ramp. From Hearn, Texas, in race number 30, a 1963 Cessna 205. Give it up for Brandon Korn.
Brandon's third-generation owner of Korn Collision Center, established in 1948. He's a former Winged Spirits car racer. Winged Sprint car racer, and started flying and enjoys the challenge of constantly learning and new adventures.
Next up, race number 10 from Omaha, Nebraska, 1978 Mall M5. Give it up for John McCardle.
John McCardle is a relatively new pilot, licensed for about a year and a half, grew up playing football, and was on scholarship to play at Kansas State. He quit competitive athletics due to it taking a toll on his body, and got his pilot's license in May of 2022.
Next up, from Mora, Minnesota, race 260. It's a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel. Give it up for Luke Strandlin.
Luke started flying in 2014 and has been hooked ever since. It started in a Seneca 2 and moved to a PA-31P. He's actually flown the PA-31, the Murphy Moose, and the Zlin Savage Cub, and began competing in National STOL in 2023 with the Super Rebel.
And now look at the beast taxiing up in front of you from Galveston, Texas. It's race 283, a 1954 de Havilland DHC-2 Beaver. Give it up for Chip Ferguson.
Chip is a native Texan and owner of Alaskan Rainbow Lodge, a remote fishing lodge in southwest Alaska. He lives in Galveston in the off-season with his family, and spends the summers in Alaska, which sounds awesome, especially if you own a Beaver. He runs Scallywag Air in Galveston with his wife Amanda, offering biplane rides.
You know, I was just thinking to myself as the Beaver taxis by that you normally see those. You normally see those on floats. I think I almost never see them with wheels.
Yeah, very rarely. I mean, especially even at Oshkosh. Even this year, I predominantly saw them on floats at the seaplane base.
Well, and there was an electric one.
Yeah, that
on
was
Boeing Plaza at Oshkosh that was reconfigured for Harbor Air to be able to do those short hops in Vancouver.
Yep.
Emissions free. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see that innovation. Can't do long trips in it.
Nope.
But enough to get you across over the river and through the woods, as it were.
Absolutely. That's so awesome. I actually saw it when it was at the seaplane base. And here we go, Brandon Korn giving her the beans. Let's see if he does that famous tail strike of his with that tail skid.
So Brandon Korn is off. Green flag. Here we go. It's time for touring class. National Stols, Lone Star STOL 2024. John McCardle, is it warm enough? Oftentimes he is seen shirtless in the cockpit because look at, and you watch him in the cockpit now. Watch how physical the takeoff is for John McCardle. The flap handle is on the floor of the aircraft. See him working the mixture, getting all the power, and reach. You'll see him yank back on that flap handle.
Man.
And he is off and running. Had a bit of an advantage in Pinedale, Wyoming, because he's got a turbo-normalized engine.
Okay, yeah. That high-density altitude that we had out there.
Here's Luke Strandland in the Super Rebel. A little bit of a party trick you'll see in a second.
And he's off in what looks like sub-200 numbers. For an aircraft that large, that's just amazing. Up next is the de Havilland Beaver.
Chip Ferguson at the controls. I know Cam's very excited. You said during practice you love the sound of round.
The sound of round.
That is an absolute beast of an airplane taking off so short for how heavy it is.
Yeah.
And let's go to the pits right now. We've got Brennan, our sideline reporter, who's with Joel Milloway. And we'll go to Brennan in a second. Here we go. We're going to check on what's going on in the air there. Look at Brandon Korn bringing in that 205. So finely painted. Working the throttle, coming in hot. Working it, bouncing it. I mean, you got to think about how heavy these airplanes are, and without any sort of headwind to slow them down, we're seeing them actually move as fast as they need to move to stay airborne.
Yeah.
Brandon Korn putting it in. He is the defending national champion in the touring class. John McCardle now on short final, and he is nipping at Brandon Korn's heels, wants to take it from him, and very well might. He's coming in hot too.
Ooh.
Another big old bouncy bounce.
All right, keeping it straight down the runway. Looks like slightly over 275. I'm going to give him 282. It's going to be shorter than that, I bet, though.
Luke Strandland now.
280
Low and ready to go. Power, good over the line. And, he couldn't get it to work.
Yeah.
He couldn't get it to engage. So Luke Strandlin's secret weapon that was unveiled in Nashville for Music City STOL is his reversible pitch propeller. He said he gets some benefit, actually, on takeoff with this propeller. It's better thrust coming off that thing, but he can get it to flip around and push thrust forward, just like we see with some of the other aircraft. It was a surprise for everyone at Nashville. He unleashed it sneakily, I might add. He didn't tell anybody about it. It's a very high workload to get that figured out. This time he couldn't get it engaged, so that's okay. He's got 2 more runs to get it to figure itself out.
And we've got our de Havilland Beaver on approach. Chip Ferguson.
And while we have the Beaver on approach, John Douglas. Oh, good. Look at that for the Beaver. Man,
Chip
that was
is a master
just a
in there.
smooth landing for the Beaver.
Have not seen anything but butter from him.
But buttered Beaver.
That's
That's what he's doing with that thing. I wanted to mention John Douglas has a battery issue. So you may have been wondering, I heard this name John Douglas. What's going on with his aircraft? He's got a battery issue and cannot compete as of right now, trying to get that thing fired up. Now, let's go back to the pits with Brennan, who's with Joel Milloway.
Joel, congratulations on second place. That E-prop must be doing really good things for you. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, the company out of France, they built this prop. It's a 3-blade, 80-inch diameter prop, and super light, all carbon fiber. It gives me tons of acceleration off the line. It helped my takeoff tremendously, and it helped my landings too, because I'm able to advance the throttle quicker and get more response. So it's been a great.
You heard it here from Joel Milloway. Back to you, Ryan.
Great to see that. Yeah, that's a thing we don't talk about a lot in the booth during the sport class, but that prop is very different. That E-prop, very different on the front of Joel Milloway's plane there. And it definitely, you think about all these factors combined together, right? Pat McAteer's got a little more horsepower, but maybe Joel Milloway's prop is doing something better for him. So it's all this chemistry of all the various physics working together. Brandon Korn digging his tail in.
An absolute sensory overload for that prop.
Yeah, you literally got pushed back in your seat during that one. Okay, here's John McCardle, currently in first place with a combined score of 430 feet. Brandon Korn's holding second. John Douglas, again, just to mention, still working through a battery issue in the pits.
Yeah, we hope that gets resolved quickly so he can compete. All right, John McCardle giving her the beans. You can see what he's doing in the cockpit.
Whoa.
Tail coming up.
He does not mind getting that prop close to the grass, yanking it back, and he is off. Luke Strandlin taxiing up behind that in another giant airplane. Super Rebel has an empty weight of 2,000 pounds, so usually he's the heaviest.
Yeah.
This time the Beaver takes that victory, if you can call it that. All the extra weight.
Those are cool points.
Definitely cool points. Luke Strandlin going for it. Here comes the Beaver now, taxiing to the line. Currently in fourth place, Chip Ferguson with a combined score of 728. We saw about 100 feet shorter on both takeoff and landing from him, but maybe slightly more favorable conditions yesterday.
Yep.
in social right now. I don't know if you saw that. In social, it was a person called that QR code, and they just said, that thing is dope.
Man, that's awesome.
That is so cool. So I want to talk about another one of our sponsors, flighthelmet.com, and I think you actually have one by you right now.
Got it right here.
So as the circuit expands, National STOL expands, so does the emphasis on safety, and we've got to thank our friends over at flighthelmet.com because they provide helmets for our rookies to borrow if they need it, and here's one right in Cam's hands here. Let's show it to you after Brandon Korn comes in.
All right.
Ooh, right around the 25-foot mark for touchdown. Getting it stopped. Brandon Korn knows how to work that thing. He wanted me to mention, by the way, that it is for sale. Okay, flighthelmet.com. Check this thing out. You know, very like classic military style. They've donated this so our pilots, our rookies, if they don't have a helmet, they can make sure they have a helmet. Check out flighthelmet.com for, you guessed it, helmets. And you can save $50 on one if you use coupon code NSTOL50 at flighthelmet.com. Everything from helmets to safety and survival equipment, everything in between. Super cool helmets, and we appreciate their support. Here comes John McCardle. Sailing over the line, also touching down right around that 25-foot mark. Woo!
It's a lot of work.
The heavies are working for it today. Luke Strandland doing his kind of signature now, very high alpha, like floating approach. Very stable approach. You can see him crabbing into the wind right now, descending a little bit now, working that throttle. You know, pitch for speed, altitude is provided by throttle.
All right, all right.
There we go. It got it working.
Man.
And he had that thing, I think, engaged before he even touched the ground.
Yeah.
That was like that C-130 or whatever that had the
Oh,
rocket
yeah.
decelerators. Look at him bouncing right over the line there.
And that reverse pitch prop sounded like a salad shooter out there.
Whoo-wee. That was something else.
Yeah.
Luke Strandland. Look how short that landing number was. That's going to put him in first place.
All right.
So right now we got Luke Strandland in first with a combined score of 373. John McCardle in second place with 403. Just behind him by 6 whole feet, Brandon Korn in third place. Chip Ferguson on final approach right now, currently in fourth.
Man. You know what it is when it's coming in.
Was that a
scratch?
That
is a scratch?
Lexi's kind of sheepishly holding the blue flag up. It's nice to have a line judge that is as upset as you are if you scratch. Oh, man. I don't know if he could have been any more accurate, but he definitely touched down just before the line. You can see it kicking up some dust there on the close-up on the replay camera. So that's the second run of touring class in the books. It's time for the final lap of the heavies.
Oh, man, for all the beans.
Season standings in the touring class, just a thing that we should talk about. John McCardle up in front with 112 season points. Brandon Korn with 103. And Luke Strandland with 78 season points. So it is tight, particularly between Brandon and John. They have been swapping places all season, pushing each other all season.
And what's funny is I was walking through the pits, and they were both talking to each other, laughing, having a good time. And you could tell that there was knowledge being passed between the both of them in a friendly manner. I mean, it's all about camaraderie out here, but also at the same time, you know that they're on the tip of the competitive spear, if you will.
Yeah, the community here at National STOL very tight. That takeoff from Brandon Korn gave me goosebumps. I felt, wow.
Yeah.
That was a sound.
It is a sonic experience for sure.
Speaking of sonic experiences, John McArdle getting everything all tuned up. Look at him yank back on that flap, just so physical. It's all so precise for John McArdle. Brandon Korn, by the way, has a lot of ground to cover. He had a longer takeoff with 262. Here's John McArdle waiting for his score to come in as Luke Strandland, currently in first place, waits on the line. John McArdle with the shortest landing takeoff of the bunch. Nice for Luke Strandland.
Wow.
John McArdle, by the way, just put down a 139-foot takeoff. He does have, I believe, the lightest airplane here. Yeah, empty weight of that maul is 1,640 pounds. Chip Ferguson in the Beaver.
I mean, I was looking for the vortices to show up on the camera, but I definitely saw them with my eyes.
Yeah, the you can see the vortices coming off of the propeller.
Yeah.
It's just beating the air into submission. That's what I like to think.
Yes.
And the Beaver is off and running. And as if on cue, Brandon Korn now. Short final. He has a long takeoff distance to try to overcome here if he's going to hop into second or first place.
All right.
Really working that nose wheel.
Yeah. Working those brakes, too.
And if you want a well-worked nose wheel or brake package, you can buy this airplane. It is for sale right now. Brandon Korn is selling his beloved 205 to make room for another STOL competitive plane. So that's a thing that you could do. If you want the prettiest 205 that's ever seen the light of day, talk to Brandon Korn in the pits. Here's John McArdle now. 139-foot takeoff. Little burst of power. Good over the line. Riding it.
A little spicy.
Let's see what he pairs that takeoff. It was the shortest takeoff of the bunch. Watch this replay now as he comes in low over the grass. It would appear he made it over the line. I don't know if it could have been closer.
Yeah, that is.
I don't know if they're going to call that a scratch or not. The judges are reviewing as Luke Strandland comes in, putting it down about 25 feet.
Man.
I got to give me one of those. That's really fun. It looks like the call for John McArdle did stand. They're calling that good. It couldn't have been any closer. Like literally good by a blade of grass. That's going to move John McArdle up into first place with a combined score of 472.
All right.
Oh, or excuse me, 372. And you're never going to believe it, Cam. Luke Strandland, 372. 73.
Oh, man.
That is something else. Here comes the Beaver, piloted by Chip Ferguson.
All
and
right.
a scratch to wrap it out.
Well.
That. Oh, man. Can it get any tighter? Can it get any tighter than that? A literal foot between John McCardle and Luke Strandland. That is going to wrap up the touring class here at Lone Star STOL 2024. We will be back with the rookie class after our podium presentation. I'm having a blast. I hope you are too. We'll be right back.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. So, and then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights, or
And we are back here at Lone Star STOL 2024, the last stop on the National STOL 2024 circuit. How about these beasts, these giants? Look at how big they are. Look at how big that thing is over there. It's absurd. It's absurd. Something else is absurd, and that is the scores that we just got in. In third place, with a best takeoff of 189 feet and a landing of 220 feet with a combined score of 409 feet. Give it up for Brandon Korn. With a best takeoff of 184 feet, a landing of 189 feet, with a combined score of 373 feet. Give it up for Luke Strandlin. With a takeoff distance of 139 feet, a landing distance of 233 feet, with a combined score of 372 feet by a foot. What? Give it up for John McCardle. John, yeah, come on down real quick. Looking at tomorrow. What are you thinking leading in tomorrow with you and Brandon and Luke? How's it gonna turn out?
I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I think I just see you'll be the national champion right there.
All right, get up there, friends. Let's give it up for the touring class. He's asking for consent. He said, can we spray each other? I'm getting upwind of that. All right, everybody, that's the touring class for Lonestar STOL. Let's head it back to Cam in the booth.
All right, that was really exciting from the touring class. As John said, he seated the past champion, not last year's national champion. So right now, with the scores as they stand, number 1, John McCardle with 372 points. Number 2, Luke Strandlin with 373, as we just heard, just a foot difference. Number 3, Brendan Korn at 409, and number 4, Chip Ferguson in the de Havilland Beaver, which has been a treat to watch and listen to the sound of round today, at 728. And while we're getting geared up for the next class, I mean, like Ryan had said earlier, you usually see a beaver on float, so it's a treat to see it on conventional landing gear in the tailwheel configuration. But like I said earlier, this is my girlfriend's favorite airplane, and I'm pretty sure at one point in time there's going to be one in the future for her, hopefully, as she continues her flight career, getting her private pilot's license. So we're going to set up for the next class. Which should be the rookie class, but yeah, we're already went over the scores, but we'll do it again. We got John McCardle at 372, Luke Strandlin at 373, Brandon Korn at 409, and Chip Ferguson rounding out the bottom of the class with a combined total of 728. And I'm getting an awesome view of that. The Havilland Beaver taxiing in front of me and in front of you right now. Just a treat to see. The sound of round, as we like to say, with radial engined aircraft we don't get to see every day. Next up is the rookie class.
Whew! I'm still recovering from the touring class.
Oh, yeah.
That was something.
The big boy class.
The big boys doing the big boy things.
Seeing some numbers switching out on the field. Does that mean that we're switching runways, switching direction? It looks like it.
It definitely seems that way, like we're switching some stuff around. I think if you look here, look at the windsock right now off in the distance. It is starting to favor not quite a fully quartering tailwind, but it is starting to favor a bit of a tailwind. We did have a prop strike in the rookie class yesterday during the practice. Aircraft applied too much brakes up on the nose, and you lose a prop in the turf.
Yeah.
No injuries, just maybe some hurt pride in that moment. But part of what can contribute to that would be a tailwind.
Yeah.
So we saw this at Hartford a few years back. We had a bit of a tailwind. We had a couple Cubs go up on their noses. So we're always in the interest of safety here at National STOL. You look at all the volunteers right now resetting the course. I want to make sure everything is as safe as possible, and this is part of doing that as well. The other thing that we can talk about right now while we talk about safety is helmets. We talked about our friends over at flighthelmet.com. We also have our friends over, actually this one matches my outfit pretty well.
Yeah.
Check that out, Lift Aviation. So they also provide helmets for our rookies, and I think they look pretty cool. They're a little more modern looking.
Yep.
You could go for the more classic look or the more modern look. This one has maybe like Master Chief, Halo Master Chief vibes if you're into video games. So that is another thing that we appreciate. Another helmet manufacturer coming out and helping us keep everyone safe. Someone's new here, they can borrow these helmets and wear them out on the field as they get a taste for what National STOL is like. So go check them out over at Lift Aviation. You can see a bunch of our pilots actually are sponsored by them and supported by them. A lot of the Legend aircraft pilots, the MOAC pilots, are all Lift Aviation guys. They also wear the Lift Aviation shoes, which is pretty cool too. They have a pair of golden shoes that they use. So getting everything kind of set up right now, switching the course over. You can see we've got the windsock. Yeah, you can see it's got a bit of a tailwind from that angle, that drone shot provided by rookie Glenn Roberts' drone. I think he's in his aircraft right now. So you fly a Champ, Cam. Talk to me about when are you going to be out here?
Ooh,
flying in National STOL.
It's a really good question. Maybe Swamp STOL next year. I think I heard some rumors about it getting moved just a little bit later on in the year, so maybe we can avoid some of that swampy weather that we're accustomed to seeing.
Feeling a little swampy right now.
It is a little humid where we're sitting right now. But, yeah, I'm thinking next year, once I get a few more hours under my belt with the Champ, we should see it out here, and maybe we'll have a battle amongst the production crew with Glenn's Champ, my Champ, and then maybe you will have something out here.
Yeah,
doing
we'll
some
see.
things.
I've got the 172 that I share. And by the way, folks, if you want to get involved in STOL or even just aviation in general, this is a good point Cam and I should make. Champs, like Cam owns a Champ. Glenn, you're going to see in the rookie class in a second, flying a Champ. J3 Cubs.
Yep.
Really affordable entries into aviation. You're not going to go anywhere fast.
No.
But you're going to have a heck of a good time when you do it. To put it in perspective, what's a Champ going for? Like a good Champ going for right now, about the same cost as like a mid-size SUV?
Yeah, you can find one between, depending on the engine, probably between 25 and I'd say on the top end for like a 90 horse or 100 horse, 37,000, 38,000, somewhere around there.
And that is incredibly affordable for aviation, and then you're burning, what, 5.5 gallons an hour.
Sipping gas, and usually you can burn MoGas, which is cheaper than avgas. So
and no lead.
No lead.
And no lead in it, yeah. So that's the thing. If you're going to go J3 route, people are more in love with those. The demand is higher. So, for a 90 horse or 80 horse J3 Cub right now, the market might be like 50 to 60.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Give or take.
It's expensive for the type of aircraft that you get, right? Like, you have to fly it from the back. It's kind of cramped in the front seat. Like, I think the sweet spot for getting into aviation and doing it affordably with an aircraft that people don't really talk about, a T-Cart. Taylorcraft. You can find one between $18,000 and $22,000, and it's a faster airplane than a Cub and a Champ.
Yep, going to go over 100 miles an hour, I think,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, you can see 110 over the ground very easily. You're going to be sipping fuel because traditionally they're going to have a 65 horse or 85 horse in them. I mean, you're not going to be burning a lot of fuel at all. And because of that symmetrical wing, or because of that that actual wing on the tailcraft, you're going to be going faster than all your buddies. So
yeah, if you're just joining us right now, we're about midway through competition here at Lonestar STOL 2024 in Sulphur Springs, Texas. We're in the middle of a runway change based on winds. Air Boss is up above us, calling for that change for safety to make sure that we don't have any landing incidents, or at least we do our best to mitigate them. And you can see now, like, the windsock showing more of a direct crosswind, but look at the flag, this MOAC flag, this Legend Aircraft one on the far left.
Yeah.
That one's showing definitely a bit of tailwind action. While we get ready to go, I think the other thing that Cam and I should talk about right now, we're talking about ways to get involved in aviation. You know, it's more affordable than you think. We would be lying to you if we said it was cheap. Aviation is not necessarily cheap, but there are other ways to express your aviation passion and get involved as well. One of them is eSTOL. And Cam, you spend a lot of time announcing for the eSTOL circuit. Tell us a little bit about what eSTOL is.
Yeah, so eSTOL is literally the virtual representation of what we're watching today. You're going to fly on Microsoft Flight Simulator. You're going to fly with all the courses that we've flown, just about all of them this year. And you're going to fly with competitors like Katrina, who's in the chat right now. She's flying from England. But you can be in the comfort of your own home with your rig, with your computer, with your laptop, wherever you're at. And as long as you have a solid internet connection, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and the actual map that we're flying on, you'll be able to compete with the rest of the competitors for eSTOL. And I'd say arguably, it's a very good way to get yourself into aviation. It's not one for one, like you're not going to take a Cub inside of Microsoft Flight Simulator and ring it around like you would in real life. But as far as the flight dynamics, it's going to get really close, but you really just need to get into the real airplane. But I'd say that doing the competitions online will help you with your spot landing in real life, at least getting the mechanics down under your hands. And then you can get with a flight instructor and do the real thing out here or with whoever you can fly with nearby.
It's a lot of fun.
Yes.
Goof around a Microsoft Flight Simulator and do flight sim stuff, eSTOL stuff.
Yep.
And when you said that you get to fly like it's right here, like literally it is like you're right here. Like later in the season, we'll do Lonestar STOL and eSTOL. This whole airport will be photographically mapped by drones before we leave, and it will be then turned into scenery to make it as realistic as possible. Part of that adventure that's pretty cool is that, by the way, I just heard while we're talking about this that we're switching back.
Okay.
So by the time they got it switched over, it switched. So they're switching it back. So let's talk about this trailer that we're sitting in right now. It's a USATrailersDirect.com trailer. It travels to every, if you're in the sim world, you say IRL, every in real life event. So it goes to every National STOL event. But it also went to Flight Sim Expo.
Yeah.
Tell me about that experience, sitting in this trailer that provides, to be clear, this trailer is not only where we sit in the announcer stand. We have a full broadcast. If you can see us here, over that direction is all of the broadcasters. There's a whole team of people behind that National STOL sticker that make all the live broadcasts happen. And then up on the roof up there are our air bosses who are chilling out. We even have a camera operator up there. So this whole trailer is it's the brains of the operation. We're so thankful to USATrailersDirect.com for that. What was it like sitting in this trailer in the middle of Las Vegas at Flight Sim Expo?
Yeah, it was really, really cool. Not only just because everyone was walking around, we had the trailer, we had the biggest booth, if you will, out there on the floor, but it was really cool to just see all the people who you normally don't see during the eSTOL competitions. Like everyone is at home flying with their own rig, behind their laptop or behind their PC, and you never really get to see their face unless you follow them on Twitch or stream or whatever. But it was really cool getting to see all the competitors in real life, cheering on each other, and also the people who were at the expo cheering on everyone, because it was, besides Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, its release, and all the press that they had around that, it was the most happening thing that was going on at Flight Sim Expo, I would say.
Let's actually cut to a video right now where we can learn even more about eSTOL and what it looks like. What's up, Av Geeks and Stol Freaks, everyone? My name's Ryan Dabrowski. Below me on your screen, the legend himself, Burstix TV, in Jennings, Louisiana, for Swamp Stol eSTOL today. And now we are ready for our second ever, if I'm not mistaken, eSTOL event. And Tom Smith. Here's Mark now, getting that tail down, he's up. Tom Smith now, whoa, with a little bit of a problem. Big bounce for Byron. Check out this great shot of the race course here from this Robinson flying over as we get ready for our unlimited class.
On Microsoft Flight Sim or on FlightSim.to. Rans S6F. Coming in, nice landing, soft and dainty.
It's crazy. I'm doing the math of that. I'm going, oh man, how much did that cost? But maybe we'll save that. We'll save that for another time.
That's goals right there. That is goals. If we all had that flight simulator set up, I think we'd spend even less time, in the real world. And I don't know. Maybe I'll stay away from the VR. That's why I'm scared of it. I don't want to get VR and then not come out of my room for a couple days.
So you can throw a VR headset on, and I tried flying in VR, and I felt really pukey. But you can try it at home. It's a great way to get involved, especially if you're just dipping your toe into aviation. It's another way to see if it's for you. I want to say hi to a couple people in the chat. Katrina in the chat saying, don't forget, during the off-season, eSTOL will be competing, so you can still get your STOL fix.
All right.
Very active competitor there. The other people I want to say hi to, Taylor Nash in the chat saying Atlas, who's Keith Lang's grandson. Atlas wanted to say hey to his friend Ryan in the booth. I got to meet him in Nashville. It's such a good kid. Really great to meet him. He's excited to see his grandpa Keith Lang in the Unlimited class later today. So really excited for that. Thanks for saying hi, Atlas. He taught me all. He's making stuff, and he's making programming stuff in Minecraft. Like this kid's like engineering stuff in Minecraft. It's just like absolutely incredible. Using like I don't know, I have to learn about it. It's like red powder or something, red stone. So I don't know. I got to learn. My kids are going to want to know about that too.
Yep.
So hi to them. Freedom Flight saying great job commentating. So high five to us, Cam.
All right.
Thanks, Freedom Flight. Appreciate you. Hey, while we're in this downtime before the rookie class kicks things back up, don't forget to go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote. Vote for your favorite competitor. There actually are prizes at stake. Like, it's literally a thing. Like, if you love a pilot and you want to make sure they know, go to nationalstol.com/vote. It's a good way to practice for the election coming up.
Yep.
That's a thing you should do, too. You should make sure you're registered to vote, and you go vote. You can practice voting for your favorite pilot this weekend, and then go vote for your favorite people or whatever. Tuesday?
Go team, go.
Yeah, do that stuff. So that's what's going on right now. Now is also a great time while we finish this runway switch and get the rookie class back up and running. Go visit that National STOL merch booth. I don't know if they can hear me right now, but they could wave over to us. Check that out, National STOL. Look at that straw hat, very popular.
Yes.
This season.
I got my dad one.
And I'm wearing that shirt right now, that maroon kind of shirt hanging there on the right side of your screen. I love it. It's very comfortable. It's kind of my game day shirt that I wear a lot of times when we're broadcasting. So a lot of different things you can do. There's also the sweatshirts. I don't even know. These might be out of stock. These might be collector's editions now. But these hoodies, yeah, these are sold out. So if you missed it, next season, hopefully there'll be something to replace it. But, really on-point merch for National STOL. It's a way to support the whole operation. So go visit that merch tent or go to nationalstol.com to support the series. So, yeah, we're getting ready for the action to kick off now. We're going to do the rookie class. We have Glenn Roberts, who's going to be flying in a champ. We talked about that as a great accessible way to compete. You see over his shoulder right now in the cockpit. He's got the door open. Here's the question. The champ, the door opens like a car. Yeah?
Yep.
The Piper Cub, the door opens kind of like a clamshell. You'll see it on the MOAX. It's part of the Super Cubs and the mother of all Cubs and all the Legend aircraft and the Carbon Cubs. So you can see him talking to one of the air bosses right there. The question I have is, to having a door that opens so it's open during flight, is that worth $30,000? Because that's basically what we just talked about. The Champ versus the J3 Cub, $30,000 difference. It really just gets you that door and a lightning bolt on the side.
And a lightning bolt.
I mean, I love the Cub.
Yeah?
I want to own one. But I was just saying, ostensibly, it's a $30,000 door.
It is really a $30,000 door. And flying it from the back seat. So, I mean, that's another thing.
Yeah,
so
it's nice to have to stretch your entire body out to get to carb heat.
Well, we watch Bananas do it all the time on his Instagram, and he does it with his feet. So
he does it with his feet?
Yeah.
I've never noticed he does it with it. What does he have, long toenails or something?
No, I guess it's in the bottom right-hand corner, so he just taps it with his foot and pulls it with his fingers, I believe. I think he pushes it with his foot and pulls it with his hand.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. And it looks like our rookie class is fired up. Lonestar STOL 2024. Got some cool airplanes. You're going to see flying. Two very different airplanes you're going to see flying.
Yeah, we got Glenn and Russ Keith.
So, yeah, Glenn and Russ Keith taxing out right now. Let me get us ready to go here from Bellevue, Nebraska. Race number 76. It's a 1946 Aranca Champ piloted by Glenn C.W. Roberts.
Glenn's aviation passion began at 9 with a flight in a Cessna 150. He served 21 years in the Air Force, in the U.S. Air Force, as an electronic warfare officer. He earned his pilot's license in February of 2023, followed by a tailwheel endorsement, and that's what we're seeing today in the Champ.
So good job to Glenn. His first competition was in Music City STOL, just outside Nashville, Tennessee. Next up is kind of a really weird-looking airplane. It's a 2007 Chinook Plus 2 from Louisville, Texas. Race number 126. Give it up for Russ Keith.
Russ is a second-generation business owner, third-generation pilot with aviation roots from his grandfather who flew. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. He's a retired high school principal, volunteered at the first Lonestar STOL, and has been involved ever since. He's currently a real estate broker and serves as the executive director of Operation Airdrop.
Yeah, that's a new gig for him. We were hearing from him yesterday during practice that all the great work that Operation Airdrop is doing, he took over the helm of that organization just a few weeks ago, right after they did their big push in all the hurricane areas. So again, here's the lineup. Glenn, C.W. Roberts in the Aranca Champ, Russ Keith, 2007 Chinook Plus 2. Not going to be returning to the rookie class is Scott Elmore, who yesterday in his 2002 Rands S7S, he's from Lafayette, Colorado. He did have a prop strike. He got too heavy on the brakes, tipped it up on its nose, and destroyed the propeller of that airplane. A lot of effort from the local community to try to find him a prop so he can return to competition. Does not appear that that was successful. So here's Glenn Roberts now in the Champ. Working that crosswind correction real nice. Getting her off. This is a 90 horsepower aircraft. Not really made for STOL, though it certainly can take off short. And then here comes Russ Keith in a plane that is most definitely made for STOL. Look at that for Russ Keith.
Yeah.
Nice.
I wonder, did we see this aircraft compete last year? I want to say there was another Chinook, and it was yellow. I feel like I remember seeing. I know Russ wasn't flying it, but
I don't remember, but I can tell you that the Chinook is going to make a return today. Not this one, but another one will be flying a little bit later today at the hands of a Canadian named Mr. Dan Reynolds.
All right. Race Control telling us that that is the same Chinook that we saw last year. Saying that Russ bought it about 2 weeks ago. This is a new aircraft to him. That's awesome.
Getting going on it. It broke on him yesterday. He needed a new carburetor mount. And actually, talk about the teamwork that makes the dream work in National STOL. Levi Nogas, who you saw in the sport class, flying Pat McIntyre's plane. He flew his Bonanza here. So then he hopped in the Bonanza, which is a fast aircraft, with Russ Keith, and they went over to Denton, Texas, and picked up the part and flew it back. Got the plane all patched up, ready to go for competition today. Check out this view. CW coming base to final.
Yeah, that's an awesome view from CW. I'm going to have to steal that for my Champ.
Getting settled down into the pocket, slipping it down. He doesn't have flaps.
Yeah.
Right. We talk about those inboard controls that give you more lift and drag. He doesn't have those. The only way he can control his descent, additionally, is by slipping.
Aeronut given some Champ love since he's a fractional owner in that aircraft. A little spicy landing there. Right crosswind landing for sure. And he's got it stopped. I mean, like, man, for as much energy as he had coming in, his stopping distance was fantastic.
Good job. Aeronut, your Champ's got great brakes.
Got great brakes for sure.
Does the Champ have heel brakes?
Heel brakes, yeah.
So I want folks to imagine this. Imagine the brake pedal in your... Actually, no, imagine the gas pedal in your car.
Yeah.
Imagine that to engage the brakes, you had to push your heel next to your gas pedal instead of just pressing the brake pedal. That's basically what it is when you have heel brakes. Russ Keith coming in the Chinook. I love these things. Very long for Russ Keith. It's going to be a very, very nice landing, though.
Yeah.
He's going to roll it out. So has to get lined up into the pocket a little bit better. targeting that landing a little bit more accurately. But down, definitely not a scratch.
Yeah, definitely not a scratch. He gave up about 200, 225 feet maybe.
Right now, Glenn Roberts on the board with 870 points. Waiting to see what's happening with Russ Keith's score. He had a 169-foot takeoff, which is quite respectable for a rookie.
Yeah.
Freedom Flight in the chat saying you can actually put a seaplane door on a champ that hinges from the top. He's had 2 champs, or she has had 2 champs like this.
I currently have a champ like that. So
Wait, what? You've had a champ like that the whole time?
Yeah, with the seaplane door.
You just let me talk crap about the door the whole time?
That's what I was saying. His champ does that.
Oh, his champ.
Mine's pretty cool.
Champs.
I can fly with my door open if I want to. Probably can't fly too fast, though.
Got to fly with a door open. What's the point otherwise? Here we go.
Yeah.
Glenn Roberts on the roll. Russ Keith on the line. Russ Keith in first place. Combined score of 619. 870 is the score. CW Roberts putting into the books. Russ Keith now on the roll. He doesn't have any doors on that thing.
Oh,
Ooh,
man.
There we go, Russ. I mean, that's sport class.
Yeah,
That's sport class takeoff. So if Russ can get these landings dialed in, he's ready to go.
I mean, seriously. He's definitely a competitor with that aircraft. So we were talking about how in eSTOL, all of the courses are copied via like images and drone footage and everything. Anov is actually in the chat. He's one of our developers for our courses, and we're very thankful to have him on board, killing it as he always does with pretty much match for match depictions of the actual airfields in Microsoft Flight Simulator, including the trailer that we're in right now.
Yeah, the trailer shows up. Here's a question: maybe they should. Can they model us?
Yes, they can.
Can we? I've been told they could scan my face and like put me in.
We could either be in the trailer, or they have like football stands that are set up on the sidelines, and there's actually, I don't know if Anov is in there, but there are other developers that are in the stands holding up signs and cheering for people.
Okay, we got to scan my face.
Anov is in there, so yeah.
Yeah, 80K I heard as well is in there.
Yep.
Here comes Glenn Roberts, base to final now. Look at that onboard view. Cool to see his view. And you can see how hard it is when you're that low to track the spot, right? I think when we think about the way you learn to fly and land, big over the line for Glenn Roberts there, riding it. Getting on those heel brakes. Get her stop, CW. There we go.
Yeah.
So, when we learn to land in pilot training, you're coming at more of a constant descent rate from a higher position.
Yeah.
And they basically teach you to, look at the landing point against the windscreen, pick a point, and then, you can tell if the windscreen is moving around the point.
Yeah.
That'll tell you whether or not you're descending or climbing. That's a lot harder to do when you're 5 feet over the grass. That technique is out the window. You've got to just kind of judge it based on your speed and then how much gliding you're going to do after you cut the throttle. So it's a very different perception. All right, Russ Keith. There we go, Russ.
All right.
Touching it down nice and short. Much better. Absolutely worth a round of applause. Time for the final lap of the rookie class here at Lonestar STOL. Give these guys a big shout, a big round of applause as they text by. Glenn's got his window open. Russ has got the doors off. They can hear you in the cockpit. It is not easy to put yourself out like this for the first time. And most of our, all of our pilots were rookies at some point. Even Pat McIntyre, rookie not too long ago.
Yeah.
Just gave a thumbs up to Russ. Cam, did it look like he's having a good time?
It looks like he's having a really good time. The champ really does have some good brakes. I just saw him stop, and I don't know, arguably, my brakes are not that good. See what Glenn's got going on for us. He's got the stick pulled back. Giving her the beans on probably a C90-12 since he's got the starter in that aircraft. And he's pulling back the stick. Nice long takeoff roll, but he's up in. Yeah, it looks good. Sorry, I'm looking under screens. Russ Keith on the line now in the Chinook.
Aeronut saying in the chat, visibility must be amazing in that Chinook. And yeah. I got to imagine it's like flying a helicopter without all the added expense.
Yeah, you can tell that wing generates a lot of lift. He's barely got any angle when he's lifting off the ground, so.
I'm just going to shop for a Chinook +2 with a Rotax 912 right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just see how much we can buy one for. We do have an expert on this aircraft that you're going to see flying a little bit later. Look at CW getting himself all loosened up there. He's getting himself all loosened up, shaking the hands off, taking a deep breath, getting ready for this final lap of the rookie class. And yeah, I don't know if that's accurate or not. It says here, for sale used for like 27. So if that's accurate, which I don't know if that can be accurate with the Rotax 912, because isn't a Rotax 912 about that much money? $27,000?
Seems like it.
Dan Reynolds, shoot me a text. Let me know how much we can get into one of these for. They are a lot of fun. Here's CW now turning around base leg.
Keeping it in the ball, too. He's keeping it very well coordinated while he's turning.
Things cooling off a little bit here in Sulphur Springs, Texas today.
Yeah, I really liked watching them getting loose because that's very important to do when you're coming in, especially as a new pilot, especially as a tailwheel pilot. I have to do it because I got called out on it for my downwind, just having my shoulders just hitched up because I'm anticipating all the workload that I'm doing whenever I'm performing this landing, especially when I'm coming in over the trees. So to watch them get loose is something that you probably want to do yourself. Especially if you are a brand new pilot, because it will help.
Nice one for Glenn Roberts.
Man, that's going to be his best
Glenn.
one yet.
Get it stopped.
All right.
Nice.
This is his best one yet.
That may be his best combined score. We'll have to see. Yeah, he's pumped about it in the cockpit there. That may be his best so far. I'm not exact. I know yesterday during practice he put down a very short score, which we knew at the time was his shortest score ever in competition or practice. Russ Keith now, base to final, bringing that Chinook +2 in. Rotax 912 powered all the way like it's far. Well, maybe Texas is big. Louisville, Texas. Texas is a big place.
It is a big state.
189-foot takeoff for Russ Keith. Aeronut telling us more about CW's champ. He said the stack of STCs and 337s on that champ weighs more than the airplane does. All right, here comes Russ Keith. Good over the line. Nice one.
Getting it stopped.
A little pirouetting. So I believe he would technically be receiving a warning for that, but it was his third and final landing. So that's going to wrap up the rookie class here. Lonestar STOL 2024. Check out The gear on that Chinook putting in work. We will be right back with more STOL flying after a word from our sponsors. We are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Let's give it up for our rookies behind me here. I think they would tell you that if you're thinking about doing this, you got to get out and do it. Is that fair? Just do it, they're saying. All right, so I got good news and bad news. Glenn Roberts, you had your shortest combined landing ever today. So nice job for that. That's the good news. The bad news, Russ Keith, you can no longer be in the rookie class. Get on up here. First place, Russ Keith. Once you win the rookie class, you can't compete in it ever again. So give it up for Russ Keith in the Chinook. If you want to, you can go for it. I just don't point it at me. He's going to point it at me. I'm getting out of here. All right, let's get back to more STOL action. Back to you, Cam, in the booth.
All right, so that wraps up the rookie class. So what that means is Russ is no longer a rookie, so he will find his appropriate spot later on for next year's season. We've got our results showing, so here we go. Russ Keith in first place with a combined run of 363, and Glenn C.W. Roberts in the Aronka Champ, just like mine, for a combined total of 611. So because Russ has won, he is no longer a rookie, and next season he will be placed in one of our other classes in his Chinook. So as we start back up, we're going to might get a chance to watch Russ start up the Chinook. Looks like CW's having a good time talking to people. Loving his flight suit with the below the knees cut off. Never seen a flight suit shorts, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so looks like Russ is about to start up. Race control telling me that he calls it a pilot romper, which sounds very appropriate, and matches his personality, especially with the cowboy hat on. So he's representing Team Nebraska right now, and doing that very well in arguably one of the coolest planes out here, and I'm biased, of course. So looks like our next class coming up is going to be, let's see. All right, so we got backcountry coming up. Some more biggish boy aircraft. All of our favorites, or most of our favorites. I mean, it's an airplane. Everything out here is a favorite, right? So,
yeah, I mean, so backcountry class now, we're starting to get into the planes. The sport class is what you think of when you think of like backcountry planes that are light sport compatible, more like purpose-driven for pleasure and purpose-driven for competition. Then you go to touring, which is literally about like heavy lifting. Now we're into the backcountry class. These are planes that, I mean, honestly, you might even train in. Jeff Pohl's coming up in a 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo model. The Aviat Husky's very classic bush plane. Brad Crawford, Corey Sloan, and Jerry Clemens all bringing Aviat Huskies to the competition. And then you've got the Scouts, again, another like more quintessential airplane, the grandson of the champ that you are flying and that CW flew. So Jeff Harrell and Scott Sweet in the Scouts. We'll see them in the modern Scout and a Belanca Scout as well. So things are heating up. After backcountry class, we'll be going into an adventure class, which even gets more quintessentially backcountry. It's not. It's a little confusing. Like adventure class gets more quintessentially bush flying, right? You got your Piper Super Cubs, you got the MOACs, the American Legends, you got the Carbon Cubs, things like that. And then we're going to head into the no holds barred class, the unlimited class, where literally if you can strap it on a plane and make it fly, you can compete in that class.
Yeah.
So there's some heavily modified aircraft in that class. Not to say there weren't in sport class in particular, right? You've got like Eddie Sanchez doing some crazy things with that plane.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're going to see even more of that coming up in just a little bit. So, backcountry class. What are we going to do about you? Look at this guy sitting right here at the line from Milwaukee, Minnesota. Race number 00. It's a 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo. Give it up for Jeff Pohl.
Jeff flies a Super 170B called Dirty Bird. It was a barn find from the East Grand Fork, or from East Grand Forks. It sat for nearly 25 years before the purchase, and he spent a day going through it, then flew her home.
That's pretty crazy. And I want to talk a little bit about Jeff Pohl. The other thing is his first ever STOL competition was 2019 in Valdez, which is like the most legendary STOL competition you could ever do, other than National STOL, of course, where he took second place. All right, next up, from Hot Springs, Arkansas, it's race number 16, a 2011 Aviat Husky, piloted by Brad Crawford.
Brad's been flying since childhood, passionate about bush flying, and has bought and renewed many airplanes, including several Huskies. He's built the current Husky completely from the ground up after the original owner damaged it.
Next up, another Husky. Check it out. It's a 2020 Aviat Husky. Pretty fresh off the line. From Waller, Texas, it's race number 37. Give it up for Corey Sloan.
Corey Sloan is a United Airlines 7-3 captain based in Houston, Texas. He raced the Highlander and STOL Dragon Arkansas, and started flying at 16 in 1991, and is a Texas A&M class of 96 graduate.
The other thing we want to mention about Corey Sloan is this airplane's named Lefty Lucy. It's named after him being a left leg amputee. So think about that, too, when you're watching him fly. All right, next up from Wichita, Kansas, it's race number 17, a 2008 Aviation Husky. Give it up for Jerry Clemens.
Jerry Clemens flies a 08 Husky A1C, better known as Double D. The aircraft has 200 horsepower and is equipped with 26-inch bush wheel tires. Sometimes he flies with an MT reversible thrust prop. I'm going to say sometimes is a lot of times.
Yeah, all the time. He flies with it all the time. All right, check it out now from Team Louisiana, Oak Grove, Louisiana. It's race number 19, a 2016 American Champion Scout, flown by Jeff Harrell.
Jeff is a current crop duster with Plunkett Aviation in Northeast Louisiana. He flies an Air Tractor 602 about 700 hours per season, regularly flies off grass strips with one-way takeoff and landings regardless of the wind, and typically takes off and lands about 20 times per day.
Man, I wish I could take off and land 20 times a day. That's
a
he's
lot of
putting in
takeoffs.
work. Speaking of putting in work, from Hyannis, Nebraska to 1974 Belanca Scout, race number 63. Give it up for Scott Sweet.
Another, actually a fifth-generation ranch pilot from the Sandhills of Nebraska. Grew up flying in the back seat of a PA-18 Super Cub with his dad, checking cows, water, and running parts to the ranch. He soloed at 16 years old and has been flying consistently ever since.
That's a real working plane there. Want to go to the pits right now. We've got Brennan, who's with Glenn Roberts from the rookie class.
Thanks, Ryan. We're here with Glenn Roberts, our main drone operator. Switching from the drone sticks to the pilot sticks. Tell us about that run. You had your shortest landing ever.
Yeah, it was a good run. I know those first two, the crosswinds were just, it was really squirrely, and on that third run, on my downwind, I just wiggled my toes, shook out my shoulders, and just kind of loosened everything up, did a kind of nervous system reset, and just talked myself through what I was going to do, and some of the things that, you know, McIntyre and Jeff Daly and Colin Kneve have been helping me with back home, just on things to focus on, and I just did them. One of the things, I think Jeff Daly did it for me today, is like, don't aim for the line, aim for 10 feet past the line, and if that's your target, if you're a little short, then you're still good. And so that's what I do. I just pick a spot 10 feet past the line, and that's what I go for, and that's what I tried to do today.
Awesome. Well, congrats on your combined score, lowest ever. And back to you, Ryan.
Awesome. Congratulations, CW. He's got to get out of the rookie class. I don't see any reason why he's in that. He can move on anytime.
Yep.
We're so proud of him here in the booth. Obviously, he's part of the production team. Green flag now for the backcountry class. Jeff Pohl at the line.
Making some of the judges hold their ears.
Nice one. I was talking to Jeff Pohl a couple days ago. He's been trying to get me up in the plane. He said, Ryan, you got to come fly with me. You got to see what it's like to ride in the 170B. We haven't had time to make it work with everything going on this weekend.
Yeah.
And I asked him, what's it like flying with you? He said, well, you know what? I don't fly on the bleeding edge. I fly on the leading edge. He's like, I'm not a dangerous pilot. I'm going to be right there. I know where the edge is. Here's Brad Crawford now. Yanking it back. Oh, bounced down a little bit later. Touchdown a little bit later, but still a nice takeoff from Brad Crawford.
Corey Sloan up next in his Husky, Lefty Lucy.
Waiting for release there in that Husky.
All right, bounced a little bit, but looks like the judges are saying his takeoff was just a little bit over 175. I'm going to give him 180.
Another Husky coming up to the line now. Jerry Clemens. Here goes Jerry Clemens. Look how precise and calculated that tail raise is. That gets me every time. Loss of power for a second there. I'm guessing that was pilot-induced, given how quickly it resumed.
Yep.
And Jerry blowing over all the cones.
It looks like we got a VTAL on the main runway, which is going to go pick up our buckles for our awards ceremony later on tonight.
Yeah, so talk about airmail. Levi Nogas going to get those for us. Man, we've been sending him everywhere. To go get Russ Keith's carburetor mount. Now he's got to go get the buckles for everything. He's going to fly over to Decatur, Texas. Jeff Harrell on the roll.
In the Scout. As he pulls back on the stick. Judges are saying what looks to be over 225, maybe 250. And Levi giving us a nice low transition as he turns out to the left in the VTAL Bonanza.
I feel like I need to get a VTAL. I mean, as much as I want to fly STOL stuff all the time, I do so much cross-country work. VTAL might be where it's at for me.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Levi about that. Scott Sweet on the roll in the Scout.
All right, nice takeoff. A little bit shorter than Jeff, but pretty similar performance in the Scout.
And now look at the takeoff distances as Jeff Pohl comes back around. He had the best takeoff with 138 feet. Two of the Huskies right behind him with 140 feet each. So it's a really tight race so far based on takeoff distances. Let's see what it stacks up landing.
Woo. Oh man, I don't know. Neither does Lexi. That was very, very close to the line.
Brought a lot of energy over the line and dissipated it impressively quickly.
Yeah. I still can't tell.
Oh,
That's
they're
rule
calling
of
that a
scratch.
scratch.
All right. Getting some awesome lighting right now.
Yeah, we got the moody clouds coming in.
Yeah.
Brad Crawford low and to your left. 140-foot takeoff. No one's on the board yet. Good over the line for Brad Crawford. Getting it stopped just around the 175 mark. We'll see what the official number is.
That's 169 from Brad on that landing for a combined total of 309. Brad's from Hot Springs, Arkansas, about an hour away from where I am, and very near the another competitor, Kelly Qualls. Corey Sloan bringing it in well over the line, stopping at about 270, which it looks like. See what Jerry Clemens does after him.
Now, we saw the kind of effect the reversible pitch propeller, that reverse thrust propeller, can have during the touring class with Luke Strandlin. Let's see what happens here with Jerry Clemens now as he comes in on short final.
Corey Sloan's last landing, 271.
Woo! He is not messing around. Jerry Clemens looking to take it from everybody. Watching the landing in the replay right now. Not afraid to bounce it in. I mean, that's what a Husky is for.
Let's see what numbers he's going to give us. As Jeff comes in the Scout.
good over the line as well. Look at the way the flags are all howling. We've got a pretty consistent crosswind from the right. I think it's looking like it's maybe almost at 8 to 10 knots.
Yeah, I'd say that.
That is, I want to put it in perspective for people. If you read the book in the 172, the pilot operating handbook, it'll tell you that the max demonstrated, not what it's capable of, but the max demonstrated crosswind is 15 knots. So we're almost there.
It can definitely handle a little bit more than.
Scott Sweet coming in, touching down right around 50 feet.
All right.
And these STOL pilots are going to be way better at handling crosswinds as well. I just got a little birdie telling me that we're going to see a warbird taking off in a second here.
Ooh.
Didn't you say something about liking the sound of round?
Yeah, I do enjoy the sound of round. Especially Pratt & Whitney, which I feel like we're about to hear here in a moment.
While we wait for the sound of round, let me walk you through the scores. Right now, your current leader is Jerry Clemens with 254 points combined. Brad Crawford behind him with 309 feet combined. Corey Sloan, 449. Jeff Harrell, 495. And Scott Sweet bringing up the rear in 5th place with 591 feet combined. While they get ready to go, we want to talk about one of our sponsors. We got to talk about Flying Eyes Optics. Their sunglasses and glasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. They're a returning sponsor. Our staff and participants can attest to the quality of their products. I'm wearing them right now. You're wearing them right now.
Yep.
And I think we both have the magnetic. Oh, dropped it.
Mine are the actual sunglasses.
But like mine are. There we go.
Yeah.
Check out the T6 on the roll now.
I can't wait to hear this.
That is cool to see. And we're just holding for them, I think, to depart. And they've got the cockpits open, just enjoying that T6 round engine breeze.
Oh, man. Jealous.
Here comes Jeff Pohl now. Putting that tail up. He's going to yank back on the yoke, throw the flaps in. He is off short.
Man. All right, yeah.
Brad Crawford on the line. You notice Jeff Pohl wasn't in that score rundowns because he had the lone scratch.
Man.
Brad Crawford decided the grass was a little too long.
Yeah. Decided to say hi to the ants.
Okay, Corey Sloan cheating into that crosswind as much as he can. We see it looks a little more headwindy right now than it has the rest of the day. They cannot aim any further to the right than the last flag on their right, closest to the line. And Corey Sloan getting more crosswind than headwind. Jerry Clemens taxing up. He's going to try to take a bite out of crime as well. And by crime, I mean the crosswind. Just a little bit more to the left side of the field. Takeoff distance is very close. Jeff Pohl and Brad Crawford within a foot of each other on that last takeoff run. Jerry Clemens getting ready to go.
Oh, looks like we have an aborted takeoff.
Good off. He was off nice and short, but heard the engine just drop out from under him. I wonder if that was pilot-induced or if that was engine-induced. We'll check that out and get back to you in a minute. Meanwhile, Jeff Harrell waiting for his release. That will be called a scratch for Jerry Clemens, by the way, because I believe he did depart the ground. Jeff Harrell in the Champ Scout, yanking it back, pulled maybe just a second too early. Scott Sweet. That's a working plane, working on the ranch, delivering a beef, taking some tools around, checking the irrigation.
Yeah, yeah.
It is usually very dirty. Here comes Scott Sweet. Nicely done for Scott Sweet right now.
Looks like Jerry's going parking. Something he didn't like going on, I imagine. Going to park it for safety and make sure everything's all right with the aircraft.
Now, the good news for Jerry Clemens as he taxis it back, erring on the side of safety. We can never fault a pilot for doing that. That's an easy decision to make.
Yep.
You'd rather be on the ground wishing you were in the air than being in the air wishing you were on the ground. It's even easier to make that choice when you are currently in first place. Here's Jeff Pohl. Giving up about 45 feet.
Yep.
Waiting for the score to come in for Jeff Pohl. That puts him now on the board and in third place with a combined score of 323. Second place, Brad Crawford with 309, who's on final approach right now. Jerry Clemens still holding on to first place with 254. So he has a bit of a healthy lead he can defend despite having a mechanical. Here comes Brad Crawford. Nursing it over the line with throttle. Getting
Using
it
those
stopped
brakes.
a little bit more than 200 feet.
Yep.
Next up will be Corey Sloan, off in the distance on final approach. And I want to finish talking about these flying eyes because they are good.
Yeah.
They're very comfortable under the headset. They're very comfortable in here. It keeps the seal, but also for me, I need prescriptions, so check that out.
I'm
Now
wearing
you
my
see me.
contacts, so.
No, you don't. Magnetic. Very nice. You can get these different colors to match your mood. I like these because they look like the Master Chief helmet. Here's Corey Sloan now over the line, giving up like 75 feet. Quite long for Corey Sloan, who's currently in fourth place. If you want to pick up your own pair of flying eyes, you can save 10% by using coupon code NATIONALSTOL, all spelled out. It's 10% off code NATIONALSTOL. They're great. Enjoy them in flying in particular. They're really good for the noise canceling.
Noise canceling. They're non-polarized, which we don't need
That's
polarized
huge.
glasses inside the cockpit.
Yeah. Before I found flying eyes, I used to wear contacts, and I would buy blenders.
Yeah.
That brand. Always polarized.
Always polarized. Really nice shades, but yeah, they're polarized, so looking at screens inside the cockpit is not ideal.
Jeff Harrell riding the edge on that braking. You and I are talking about shades, and Jeff Harrell's like, hey guys, look at exactly how I can modulate the brakes, exactly how I need to exactly do it.
Yes.
Well, Jeff Harrell is headed back into line, and Scott Sweet now in the Belanca Scout. Currently in sixth place. No position changes this run except for Jeff Pohl popping into third. Scott Sweet putting it down quite nicely. By the way, he's just like the chillest dude ever.
Oh, he's super chill.
Time for the final lap of the backcountry class here at Lonestar STOL 2024. So Jeff Pohl has spent the better part of a year defending against these Huskies. The way that National STOL reconfigured the classes, moved some airplanes around to be competitive.
Yep.
Jeff Pohl has really had to work a little bit harder against these Huskies. He's currently in third place, third place after two Huskies. So he's got one more run to hop in front of him and show him he is still the king of the backcountry class in the old Dirty Bird. So he's waiting for his turn. Here he goes. Full throttle, giving it all the beans. Yanking it back, and he is off. Sub 150. That may be his best. So far he had 138 and 137. Very consistent. Maybe up for the most consistent if it weren't for the scratch that he had.
Yeah.
140 on the takeoff. So he's within a handful of feet. So he could still bring it on the landing. Here's Brad Crawford now, currently in second place. Spinning the prop up, dropping those flaps.
See what numbers he's given us. 140. Him and Jeff Pohl.
Yeah, right on the money. 140 again between Jeff Pohl and Brad Crawford. Corey Sloan on the line and Lefty Lucy. In Nashville, we learned a little bit about Corey Sloan's left leg. And one of the things that was happening is he had a different leg than he was used to, different prosthetic leg. And so to activate the brake, he couldn't get the right angle on his foot. So he actually had to reach down and activate the toe brake with his left hand next to his butt because it's, behind him there.
Yeah.
All right, here goes Jeff Harrell. Pulled, took off, settled down a few times. So the judge is chasing that mark where it settled down the last time. Here comes Scott Sweet, currently in fourth place. And then it will be all down to this.
Flaps coming down.
Clean one for Scott Sweet that time. Still no word on what's going on with Jerry Clemens' plane, but I think it's safe to say he's going to sit out the rest of the. He can't hop into the pattern for the third and final run at this point. Here's Jeff Pohl now, low and to your left, in the Dirty Bird from Malacca, Minnesota. Flaps full in.
So Jerry Clemens is number one. He had a 140-foot takeoff. So if Jeff can beat 114 on the landing.
Nice one for Jeff Pohl. Look at him ride it exactly horizontally. We heard screams from the judges of yes. Excellent. Excellent job for Jeff Pohl. Can that takeoff and landing distance combine to get him further up the podium? Look at him ride that thing. 318, so an improvement, but not enough to shift things around. So he's going to hold steady in third place. Brad Crawford now in second. He's got the next best chance to unseat Jerry Clemens. Ooh, it's going to be close on the line for that one.
Oh, Lexi's saying that is a scratch.
Lexi's calling a scratch, that it touched the line, and that could have been it. That could have been the one.
Oh, yeah. That looked like a scratch.
Yeah, touching down just before the line. No go. For him on that one. So
he's going to stay number 2 for now.
So it's looking like, unless Corey, Jeff, and Scott pull something out a little more dramatically than they have done, unless they Pat McIntyre it, Corey Sloan over the line. Nice touchdown zone.
Getting it stopped. Sub 200 looks like. Maybe 200.
So unless they can do something dramatic in the next couple landings, Jerry Clemens may have clinched first place with one run around the traffic pattern.
That's how you do it.
Sometimes your best one is the best one. All you need is one. One is all you need.
Yep. Corey Sloan at 200 feet on that for a combined of 423 that last run. That's his best run.
Jeff Harrell really doing a great landing there, touching the tail down before the line, but the main's coming down after. That's exactly what you want to see. So yeah, Corey Sloan with an improvement, but not enough to podium. Jeff Harrell hanging out. We're waiting for that score to come in, and here comes Scott Sweet on patrol. Good over the line for Scott Sweet, touching down right around 25 feet, keeping that stick way back.
And it looks like...
Doesn't look like anything dramatic is going to change. We are headed to learn more about what happened in the backcountry class, and then it's time for things to get hot in the adventure class right after this.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these Flying Eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. Then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.
You said that the most common position for the Sea Guardians over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, a 275. His ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, these two audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the Seal Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. My name's Ryan Dabrowski. You guys in this crowd, you're a beautiful crowd. Can I get a round of applause for how beautiful you are? This guy in the hat right here is looking real good. You work out, right? He does. He's like, yeah, I work out a little bit. All right, speaking of working it out, we got the backcountry class behind me. Give them a round of applause. Excellent flying. Let's hear how it ended up. With a best takeoff of 137 feet and a landing of 178 feet for a combined score of 318 feet. Give it up for Jeff Pohl, third place. With a combined score of 309 feet, with a takeoff of 136 feet and a landing of 169 feet, give it up to Brad Crawford, second place. With a takeoff distance of 113 feet, a landing distance of 114 feet, with a combined score of 254 feet. Sometimes one is all you need. Give it up for Jerry Clemens. Jerry. I think you're just about to tell me that was just a confidence play, right? You were just one and done.
Oh, yeah, that was it, yeah.
100%. You heard it here first. One and done for Jerry Clemens. Let's give it up for the backcountry class. Things are about to get even hotter. I know the temperature's dropping here in Texas, but it's going to get even hotter. All right, gentlemen, time to celebrate. You go. Yeah, there we go. Brad's got the right idea. We're just going to drink it. All right, back to you, Cam, in the booth.
All right. Well, that was exciting. So let's see. We've got Jerry Clemens with a combined total of 254, number one spot. Number two, Brad Crawford, another friend of mine from Hot Springs, Arkansas, at 309. Jeff Pohl at 318. Corey Sloan in fourth place at 423. Jeff Harrell in fifth place at 443. And Scott Sweet also fifth place at 443. So just like what Ryan was saying, it's about to get turned up for sure in the unlimited class, which is up next. We're going to watch adventure class, which is up next. It's just going to progress after that into the unlimited class. But we're going to watch everybody leave here in just a moment as we get set up for the adventure class. So we're going to cut to a video of the adventure class, in fact.
My name is Brian Stack. I'm from Mineola, Texas. This is my 2020 Legend MOAC. Box 1, go.
You know, at the time, I had no idea what I was building. Went and talked to Darren and Randy at Legend Aircraft, and, you know, I just built an airplane that we could go fly in.
And those MOACs make it challenging, don't they?
Oh, man, them are some beautiful birds, and the pilots are good. You know, it's competition.
He calls this airplane, not only does he call it Pepper, he also says it's part of the wolf pack. You can tell why he says that beautiful wolf on the front.
For STOL, it's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the STOL stuff compared to the bigger guys.
Now,
here
Brian
comes Brian.
Shirley with a
Oh,
scratch
with a
for
scratch.
Brian Shirley.
But now I kind of had time to regroup myself because it does kind of get in your mind a little bit that you got off your routine a little bit, and I was off my routine today altogether. Brand new airplane, just got it done. I've had it in the mountains at my home airport up there is at 8,000. I've had it at Leadville, which is 10,000. Where I'm actually from is Dodge City, Kansas, and I've had it there is 2,600. So yeah, I've had all over the country. It's performing well.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Cam Walton has left the booth, and now I'm joined by Russ Keith, who you know as the rookie class winner of Sulphur Springs, Texas, Lonestar STOL. So welcome, Russ, to the booth. We're really excited to have you here to help me call what is going to prove to be a very exciting adventure class.
This is always such a fun class. It's kind of a battle between really the MOACs and the Badlands Travelers. And, of course, we've got some Carby Cubs, which are very well-performing airplanes too. But it's just such a fun group to watch.
Yeah, and the competition is heavy in this class. The other thing that's really heavy in this class is all of the innovation. There's like so much innovation happening with the Badlands Travelers. You see the MOAC that Brian Steck built that is like massively custom, all about innovating and keeping ahead of the curve. They're getting things lined up and ready to go. While they do, I want to make sure we talk about one of our sponsors, Ladd Gardner Insurance. They've been a partner with National STOL since the beginning. They provide excellent customer service and coverage. Ladd Gardner is aviation protected. So let's run you through the whole lineup of the adventure class here at Lonestar STOL. First up, you'll see Luke Spohr in a Legend Super Cub. It's a MOAC. James Barkheimer going to be flying that Cub Crafters EX2. Paul Rogers in a Cub Crafters EX3. Jared Garrettson in the Badlands Traveler. Colin Caneva rocking the MOAC, the Legend MOAC. Jeff Daly in a 2023 Badlands Traveler. And Brian Steck in the American Legend MOAC. His is called High Strung. So that's going to be the whole class. Breaking it into two heats. In this first heat, check it out right up front there. From Emory, Texas, race 719 to 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Give it up for Luke Spohr. Luke's here at his home airport right now doing some competition. He's been flying Legend Cub since he's 8 years old. And he's looking for victory. First place at Swamp STOL this year in the MOAC as well. So Luke Spohr looking to fight. Next up, from Ira Ann, Texas, race 432, 2009 Cub Crafters EX. Give it up for James Barkheimer. This airplane is powered by a Titan 340, 180 horsepower, 35-inch bush wheels, empty weight of 1,080 pounds. So we're getting into that high power to weight ratio. Check out those leading edge slats on the front. Talking to some of the pilots hanging around breakfast this morning, they said, man, Barkheimer, keep an eye on him. Next up, from Collegedale, Tennessee, in a 2020 Cub Crafters EX3 Race 311. Give it up for Paul Rogers. Paul Rogers has 18,000 flight hours over the course of 47 years. He's a retired naval aviator. Primarily flew the A6 Intruder, which is one of my favorites. I don't know. Some people don't like it because they think it looks ugly, but that thing brought some pain. 25-year career flying the 737 as well. Call sign Trigger. So that'll be our first heat of the adventure class. And then after this, it's going to be the Badlands Travelers against the MOACs. And I'm excited to see that. Against more MOACs, I should say, because here's Luke on the line. So waiting for him to get spooled up. Ready to go. Lexi's positioning him on the line there. I think, Russ, I don't know, do you have any... The gun racks add, like, what is it, like 5 horsepower?
I think they add a little lift.
Lift? Oh, could be the lift, yeah.
I think it's those are performance-enhancing gun racks.
Yeah. Yeah, PEGs. Yeah. Here he goes, Luke Spohr. Stick full forward.
Pulled maybe just a little bit early. He is no rookie to this competition, so I'm sure he'll get that timing down before this run's all over. The winds are a little bit challenging today.
James Barkheimer on the line.
Oh.
Wow! The
Nice.
judges weren't even close enough.
Nice takeoff. Very, very well done.
That was so loud. What was that? Okay, you start to see why it said things were heating up here in Texas. That's why. Okay, Paul Rogers on the line.
Got that tail way up.
Well timed for Paul Rogers, maybe a little sooner.
Maybe just a hair. He still got off the ground, but he just didn't climb for the first 50 feet after he left the ground.
So let's talk about these takeoff numbers. So Luke Spohr coming in at 92 feet. James Barkheimer, 56 feet. Luke Spohr deciding to go around. See if race control has any information on that. If he said anything on the Airboss frequency. So he's going to go back in the pattern, which means James Barkheimer will be the next one to come in and land. Paul Rogers' takeoff distance a little bit longer, 134 feet. Here comes Barkheimer, base to final. Now he only has one gun rack.
Looks like a nice stabilized approach as he comes in on short final. As we look out to the line. Playing with the throttle just a little bit. Oh, he is going to back up that nice takeoff with a very good landing.
Totally saved it. That was amazing. You can hear him use that throttle to get it up over the line, plopping it on those big old fat tires. Watch this replay. Incredible. Working those gears. Paul Rogers now on short final. Oh, adding the throttle, but it wasn't enough.
Just wasn't quite enough to pull it up. It looked like that right wing dropped.
Which means Luke Spohr is going to be on final approach shortly.
There comes Luke turning final now.
It's going to shift that crab into the wind into a slip.
Well, I'm not sure what happened the first time, but he looks really good on this approach. He's playing with the throttle, trying to get across that line, and he's just going to fall a little short.
So after 2 scratches right now, James Barkheimer, the only one on the board with a combined score of 183. Let's be honest. Scratches or not, that is a gauntlet dropped, 183.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's going to fare well.
So that's good, especially for James, because he's not in the second heat against some truly terrifying competitors, right? Those Badlands Travelers.
Yeah, if James can pull off that takeoff again, I think he can do a lot better landing. He was playing with that throttle just a little bit, which caused him to carry a little bit of more energy into that landing and cost him some distance for sure.
While they get ready to go, let's talk about our friends at Aero LEDs. They're tested for some of the most extreme operating conditions on the planet. We're talking about certified aircraft, experimental aircraft, commercial rotorcraft, UAVs, space, military apps. Luke Spohr yanking it off. Well, I was going to say sub 100, but it looks like a little bit longer than that.
I think he pulled just a tad early, and that tail wheel hit the ground, and it cost him a little time, a little space.
Barkheimer's previous takeoff, a jaw-dropping 56 feet. That's unlimited class territory. I think he may have done it again.
I believe he did. That one's going to be right around that 60-foot mark.
That was incredible. I know he's been working on modifications to the aircraft throughout the season. Also probably putting in some reps.
65 feet on that takeoff. Another solid performance.
Paul Rogers somewhere around the 140 mark. That former Navy pilot getting ready to show us a 3-wire on the landing. Aero LEDs, just to finish that out, they serve every spectrum of the worldwide aviation market, and we cannot thank them enough for the support. They offer gift certificates as prize considerations for our pilots, so big thanks to Aero LEDs.
Paul Rogers with a 141-foot takeoff on that one, so it increased just a little bit from his last one.
Now, I'm looking at the windsock, and I feel like you were fighting against this a little bit, too. I mean, they switched the runway twice before you went to fly.
They did. They did.
We're seeing it, you know, right now it's like, what, like 6-7 knots, give or take?
Probably.
Luke Spohr, good
on
over the line.
Yes, yes, yes.
I've been fooled before, though. Lexi did wave the checkered flag. They're going to go to replay on it. Oh, I think we're okay. I don't think you could have been any closer than that.
I'm telling you, that was as close as it gets.
They're going frame by frame on it to see if it moved any blade of grass, but I don't believe it did. Call stands. Here comes James Barkheimer.
Gave up nearly 40, 45 feet.
He gave up a lot, but
that's going to cost him a lot of distance.
You know, I'm trying to remember if this airplane had slats on it at Swamp Stoll or not.
That I don't remember.
Because look at the huge alpha he had there coming in. I mean, all we saw was belly and wing underside, right? I don't remember if it had slats in the early season. That may be part of the differentiator for James in addition to his practice. Here comes Paul Rogers, giving up about 45 feet, 40 feet. So Barkheimer is going to stay in the lead. Luke Spohr is now in second place with 265. Paul Rogers should also be on the board. I'd expect him to be in third place.
So Paul Rogers of the 250-foot landing with a total score of 391. That does put him in third place at this point in the competition.
He's going to have to really short it up if he wants to try to protect himself on the podium, given what we've got coming in the next heat. And Luke Spohr, I don't think we've seen the best out of Luke Spohr yet. And Jared and Jeff, we're talking about Barkheimer. Woo! Okay. We're getting there now. Luke's dialing it in.
It's got to be around that 115-foot mark.
See if he's as consistent on this third one. 110 feet.
It looked like he timed the pull quite well.
Here comes James Barkheimer, going to give us a bark of that prop. Oh, settled back down a little bit.
Pulled a little early. Definitely cost him quite a bit of distance.
So his first one was still his best, I'd expect. That was an 84-foot takeoff. So his takeoff's been getting longer each time. Paul Rogers currently in third place with 391. Well timed. It felt very clean.
Yeah, the winds just weren't in his favor.
So he's going to sail off into the wild blue yonder. I want to talk about another one of our friends. I don't know about you, but I need to stay pretty well. Airplanes and coffee. It's literally in the name. You need to stay caffeinated too. One of our sponsors, they keep all of us caffeinated. They're actually here at Sulphur Springs right now. Check out Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. Josh from Legendary Aviation Coffee is going to be here serving up samples of the coffee. You can buy some coffee, bring it home. Thanks for keeping me awake. Here's Luke Spohr. Good over the line for Luke Spohr. That is more closely what we'd expect from him. There we go. Watching it frame by frame by frame to double check.
He did it again.
A centimeter over the line again.
He did it again.
And shorter this time, now down to 240. Still not enough to unseat Barkheimer, who's currently in first. But he's on the podium for now.
He has got some stiff competition coming in the second heat.
By the way, if you want to get caffeinated like me, go to Legendary Aviation Coffee Company's website. Use coupon code STOL10 for 10% off. Here's Barkheimer barking it up to the line. Oh, I think that may have been good.
I think it was good. Lexi's not sure. It looked good from here.
Holy moly. We got to check that one as the sun comes out in Texas. The tail can touch. I feel like I see daylight under there.
I think it's good.
Oh, they're calling it a scratch in the booth.
Oh, no.
And Paul Rogers kind of dropping it in with a scratch as well. Barkheimer, that would have dropped him a little bit low. Would it have?
Race control said that right tire just hit.
It would have shaved 2 feet off, so it's not that much of a heartbreak scratch for Barkheimer. So that's going to wrap up the first heat of Adventure Class. And now it's time for us to introduce you to some Badlands Travelers, and some MOACs. Legend Cub. The Legend Cub continues to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It is a modern legend, and those who have flown one consider the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. Today's Legend Cub is an all-new factory-built aircraft. It's designed in the spirit of the legendary Piper J3, the PA-11, and of course the PA-18 Super Cubs. It combines the best from the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. American Legend Aircraft Company has engineered in all of the safety, all of the comfort, all of the convenience options modern day can bring, all those options imaginable. You can learn more at legend.aero, and you are about to see some Legend Cubs bring some pain. I don't know if they want me to say it that way. They're going to bring the heat. Bringing the pain sounds a little too aggressive, but the Legend Cubs aren't messing around, and unfortunately for them, neither are the Badlands Travelers. So heading into this second heat, Russ, I mean, is there anything you're looking for, anything you're looking forward to seeing?
So I'm going to pick my battle, and I think the battle is going to be between Jared in the Badlands Traveler and Brian Steck in the MOAC. Colin Kaniva and Jeff Daly are certainly not out of the running by any stretch of the imagination, but I just got a feeling that Jared and Brian are going to be seeking the top of the podium, and it should be a battle. This is going to be fun.
I wouldn't count Colin or Jeff Daly out.
No, not at all.
But I mean, what's interesting between Jeff and Jared, right, is you have this story, too, of they've got the same aircraft type. They're both very passionate about this new aircraft. But there's differences between the two planes. Jared's got a little more creature comfort inside, if I'm honest. It's got an autopilot. It's got upholstery. He's also got fatter tires, right, to get more angle of attack on takeoff. But that's all at the expense of weight. So Jeff Daly's plane is a little bit lighter. Jeff Daly's also been flying his longer than Jared has. He's had it in the hangar longer. So that's going to be an interesting battle. And then you've got Brian Streck, who came down here to American Legend Aircraft and literally worked hand in hand with them building that thing, designing a custom leading edge, custom airfoil, doing all these things to get the plane exactly how he wanted it. First up, from Wamego, Kansas, in race 603, a 2024 Badlands Traveler. Give it up for Jared Garrettson. So 2024 is the first we've seen Jared on the circuit, and he's making a name for himself.
He has performed well all year.
Yeah, really putting in a great amount of work. Now it's time. So if he's a newcomer, certainly not a rookie, but if Jared's a newcomer, then this guy taxing up right now, he's an old-timer. He probably wouldn't want to hear me say it that way. From Lincoln, Nebraska, race 43 is a 2021 Legend Cub MOAC named Beast Mode. Give it up for Colin Kaniva. Colin's a entrepreneur, a dad, a Navy veteran, and a passionate aviator. He has flown all over the country, finding interesting aviation stories on his show called Old Green Plane. And he is a consistent top-tier competitor in National STOL. Next up, Arthur, Nebraska is providing us race 247. It's a Badlands Traveler piloted by none other than Jeff Daly. That thing's name is Warhorse, and it is definitely on the warpath this season. Everyone, as soon as we saw that thing fly in Moses Lake, we knew the season was going to be different. From Mineola, Texas, race 513 is a 2024, another airplane hot off the presses, right out of the forge. It's a MOAC by Legend Aircraft, piloted by Brian Steck. This airplane's loud. It might be worth plugging your ears when it takes off. every time I see Brian, he's like, Ryan, I put a muffler on it for you. And I always believe him. I'm like, oh, good. Yeah, it's very loud. And then he didn't do that. He
did not.
He's just messing with me. During practice yesterday, we saw unlimited class numbers from these 4 competitors. We've got a green flag. As a reminder, headed into this heat, you've got James Barkheimer out front and first with 183 feet combined. Getting ready to give it the beans. No!
Oh, look at that!
There's
Look
Jarrett's
at that!
dad in the crowd, and his kids and his wife, his whole family there. That is one way to get it started. Colin Kaniva. Meanwhile, Brian Steck's like, no talking, only engine noise. Colin Kaniva, that was a 54-foot takeoff for Jared Garrison. Here goes Colin.
Sub 100.
Yeah, maybe around 90 feet for Colin Kaniva. He's going to have to fight it on the back end in the landing. Here's Jeff Daly now in the Warhorse. Oh! It would have been so short, but he pulled
a little early, and it's the old saying, that tail wheel hits the ground, that's all she wrote. You're coming back down.
Yeah, a lot of drag on the tail, and of course,
you just
aerodynamic.
lose all your momentum.
Yeah, it just slows you right down, and you got to regain all that speed. Don't count Jeff Daly out, though. That was 129 feet. We'll see shorter from him for sure. Brian Steck now in the MOAC.
Hold your ears. Brian's fixing to launch.
I don't even know.
That's sub 50.
And look at, in the air, it's producing so much thrust. It's just blowing everything over on the judges' line. Brandon Corrin's hat went flying. Watch this replay. Look at this thing.
Look at that deck angle.
That's insanity.
What a takeoff. That was exciting.
Whew. This class, I think after Moses Lake, should just be renamed to the What is Physics class. What are we even doing here? This is like borderline unethical, the amount the short takeoff distances. Brian Steck's takeoff was 43 feet.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's bonkers.
All right, here comes Jared.
So this is your favorite. You were into it. You said Jared's going to take it. I heard it. And
he
scratch
just scratched.
For Jared. See, you jinxed
That
it.
would have been such a good one.
So
what I said was I thought the battle was going to be between Brian Steck and Jared. I really didn't pick a winner. So I'm not going to pick one now because it was – but I believe that's where the battle's going to be.
I think you're right. So here's the scary part for Jared, right? Sometimes you only get one chance at a really short takeoff, depending on the wind. 54 feet with a scratch is going to hurt. Here comes Colin Kaniva, 89-foot takeoff. Good over the line for Colin. Getting it stopped right around the 125-foot mark. Like 140-foot mark. We'll see what Barkheimer can do. Remember, he's defending right now. First place, 183. Colin Kaniva now in second place with 228, pushing Luke Spohr down into third. Jeff Daly, easily 60 feet longer than he needed to be on that takeoff.
Gave up quite a bit on the landing.
And when we talk about that, it's all relative, right? Earlier today we would see people, give up 50 feet and be like, oh, they gave up a little bit. Now, in this class, giving up 50 feet is like giving up a mile.
First to last.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane how tight it is. Brian Steck, high strung, wig-wag lights over Sulphur Springs, Texas.
Nice stabilized approach. His approach looks really solid. We'll listen to the power, see if he can stay consistently out and always playing with the throttle just a little bit.
Oh,
and
too short for Brian Steck as well. I still wonder, I know earlier in the season we were Appalachian Mountain Stole, and Brian kind of unleashed high strung on us. And he was talking a lot about the visibility issues he had because he especially had more of a deck angle than he'd ever experienced before in his previous MOAC. And then he went and blocked 4 more inches of it
with the
scoop on the top. So he was really getting adjusted. It's all peripheral, even more than it was before. We just saw James Barkheimer kind of nervously walk in front of the booth, wondering where he's at. He's still in first place with a combined score of 183. Colin Caneva holding second with 228. Luke Spohr is still in third. Was not expecting that to hang on that long, if I'm honest. And like I said, Jared and Jeff were talking around the hangar as we were all eating, saying, man, Barkheimer, he's the new threat. That, to me, felt like 75-foot. Jerry Clemens calling it where he saw it. Colin Caneva in beast mode. Another Legend Aircraft MOAC.
Oh, nice takeoff for Colin in that one. And Jared's takeoff score increased a little over 25 feet from his last one.
Meanwhile, Colin with a 9-foot improvement.
Yeah, he's 80 foot on that one.
Here's Jeff Daly. We saw him kind of longer than we would expect. There we go.
Pulled a little early on that one. It cost his left wheel to stay down. His right wheel came off the ground, but the left one just kind of tracked for a little ways.
So sub 75 feet for Jeff Daly. His airplane ended with like 30 knots of wind, and Moses Lake took off in like 15 feet. So we know he can do it. But this challenging crosswind not working for any of the pilots. Brian Steck's first takeoff, 43 feet.
Oh!
Jerry Clemens on the line, very confident.
Sub 50. I don't think it's as good as his first one, but it was a really nice takeoff.
That was an absolute barn burner, ear bleeder. That was insane.
That may be an example of just the difference in the wind from one takeoff to the next, because he timed that perfectly. I don't know if he could have done anything different to got a better result.
So now there's a chance for redemption for Brian Steck, right? Like, he's got the scratch on the first run, but he was able to put down a takeoff that was within a few feet of his first one. So we'll see what he can do with it. Jared Garrettson, on the other hand, added some footage. Good over the line this time. Gave up maybe 20 feet.
Right around it. Sub 100 landing.
He's going to be on the board, though.
That should move the podium around.
Yeah, it's going to make a difference. Colin Caneva crabbing it in. Yeah, so Jerry Garrettson now up into first place with 168. James Barkheimer down into second.
And here comes Colin on short final. Playing with the throttle, giving up 20.
Do you think if he wouldn't have added that burst, he would have made it over the line?
I believe he would have. And it's hard, too, because the way the winds are tumbling across off of these hangars behind us, I believe when you get out here to the runway, it's almost like it's falling down. I was experiencing that this morning and actually when I was flying, too. Now look at the wind. We've got a pretty good little, well, no, it's going to fall off again.
Yeah, we had a little bit
There
of
was a gust, and there it is again. So we're getting some gusty conditions out here.
Here comes Jeff Daly.
And if they hit that gust just right, it's going to help them.
Daly landing right where Garrettson did as well. Playing it safe.
125.
See if this shakes things up at all as well. Beast mode on final approach. So yeah, things are shaking up finally a little bit here. We've got Jared Garrettson in first with 168. James Barkheimer still holding on to second. Jeff Daly taking third place away from Colin Caneva, who's now in fourth. Here comes High Strung. Look at that crab angle. He's going to get it all straightened out now as he comes up to the line.
And if he can nail this landing, it is going to shake some things up. He is
Good over the line. Heavy on the brakes, Brian. Nice! We are going to reshuffle the deck again.
Again.
Watching the replay in stunned silence. Touchdown right around 10 feet beyond the line. That's going to put Brian Steck into first place with a combined score of 154. Jared Garrettson now 168. It's what you predicted, Russ. James Barkheimer still hanging on, though, on the podium. Third place with 183. The adventure class, it's time for the final lap, and we can get you guys loud. Come on, they can hear you in the cockpit as they taxi by.
Well, Jared and Brian are both on the board with respectable scores. They could just go for it now. They can hang everything out and just flat go for it. And I'm sure that that's in the back of their mind right now as they pull back to the start-finish line.
I'm curious what's going to happen with Jeff Daly. He still hasn't given us what we've seen with him in terms of takeoff distance, and he hasn't scratched yet. So there's a little bit of a wild card there. I don't want to count Colin out. He's down in fifth now. We see Jared's family there. They are invested.
I think Jeff's going to need a little bit of help from the wind. If he can catch a gust just right on his takeoff, I believe he can get down and become competitive. Oh, look at this.
So Jared's back with the just over 50-foot takeoff.
Just over 50 foot. That'll put a little pressure on Brian.
And watch that windsock, folks. It is kind of moving into a little bit of a quartering headwind here and there, kind of every couple seconds. Folks trying to time that out, watching it pivot. Colin Caneva on the line.
And honestly, at this point, I don't know that there's enough wind to really make a huge difference.
There we go.
Nice takeoff for Colin.
That's going to be Colin's best takeoff. Oh, he's out for it. He wants it. Jeff Daly and Warhorse. Number 247 because it's winning 24/7, I think is what I was told. See if he can make that true today.
Oh,
whoa,
nice takeoff. Nice and short. I can't tell if he was just over 50 or just sub 50.
We have almost all of the best or near best takeoffs. Look at that.
50 feet for Jeff. Nice takeoff for Jeff Daly on that one. That's going to make him very competitive.
Brian Steck's best takeoff was 48 feet. not including the one that was scratched. Oh, Brian, it made me a little uncomfortable, Brian.
Boy, that prop got close.
Brian was not messing around.
He's going to be just a little over 50 feet, I believe.
I believe it's going to be
look at 53 feet. There you go.
Oh, wow. I believe we're going to see it's going to be decided in this run.
So Jeff Daly had the best takeoff at 50 feet. Then Brian Steck at 53. Then Jared is at 55, and then Colin at 74. So this is we'll see what these landings look like, but we could shuffle some things up on these landings.
Oh, man. We're going to see.
Stay tuned for this, folks. This is going to be awesome.
just I'm freaking out a little bit here. If you scratch this run.
Oh, it'd be terrible.
Oh,
all right, Jared's
man.
coming in on short final. Everybody heads up. We need him over this line. He's got to be over this line. It's got to count.
Working that throttle.
Staying slow. It's looking
It
good.
looks good.
Get it stopped.
Look at that
Nice.
for Jared Garrettson. Yeah, he's happy. He's happy with that one. Waiting for the official score to come in. I bet we see a reshuffling
I think
every
that's going to
landing.
be his best landing yet.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, just a few inches over the line vertically.
He was only 1 foot over his first takeoff. 85 feet.
Woo! Colin Kaniva over the line, coming in hot a little bit on those brakes heavily. So Jared Garrettson now currently in first place with a combined score of 140. Brian Steck currently 14 feet behind him. Let's watch Colin Kaniva's landing on replay here. Good over the line for Colin Kaniva with a 117-foot landing. That's going to keep him in fourth, just off the podium. Here comes Jeff Daly
coming in short final with a great takeoff. Let's see if he can shuffle the deck. Oh, it's looking good. Get it stopped.
Sub 100 feet for Jeff Daly. That may be what he needs.
I think that's going to be right around that 99 mark. We're just looking
staring
at staring at 100 foot.
Yeah, so Jeff Daly now up in second with 150 feet combined, just 10 feet behind Jared. Brian Steck holding on to third with 4 feet, but he had a 49-foot takeoff.
He needs to nail this one. And if he does, as they say, everything changes. Sounding nice and stable, looking really good.
Drops
it in over the line, gets it stopped.
A little bit of a hello at the judges there, but he's got it stopped. That may be it. That may be enough to cinch it back.
That's going to be really close.
What every time this class comes around now, the question is just like,
it's just so much fun to watch.
What just happened? I'm always in so much shock about the performance we're getting out of these planes. Please update the score spreadsheet.
93 feet was his best landing to date, but it was with the scratch. And that 80 feet.
Oh, that's
look
gonna
at that. That's going to
reshuffle
reshuffle the deck again.
So Brian Steck's in first. Jared Garrettson in second. Jeff Daly in third. And there's the answer to your question. We will be back with these STOL legends of the adventure class right after this.
All right, who's second?
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that help build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Was that exciting enough for you guys? We got one more thing to go. We got the Unlimited class coming up. That might be boring after what we just saw. I don't know, these guys back here. All right, let's give a round of applause to our adventure class. Great flying back there. It got tight in third place with a 50-foot takeoff and a 100-foot landing, combined score of 150 feet. Give it up for Jeff Daly. In second place with a 54-foot takeoff and an 85-foot landing, combined score of 140 feet. Whoa. Give it up for Jared Garrettson. And now the judges made sure they wanted me to know, to express to all of you, with a warning for directional control at the end, but it does count because it was only the first warning, with a 43-foot takeoff and an 80-foot landing, a combined score of 129 feet. Give it up for Brian Steck, first place. Russ in the booth there was telling me that he thought it was going to be one of you two. And it was you, Brian. Anything to say to the folks at home after that incredible?
The directional control thing?
No, yeah. One of these two guys is going to lose control. It's going to be Brian.
It's always been me. It's always been me.
So, real quick, as we head into the final competition of the weekend, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Man, I'm just feel glad I was able to fly today. I don't know if y'all saw, but we was working on it all day long today, and but we got it to fly, and everything's good. But I'm gonna tell you, all these guys are great. It's anybody's game.
It is anyone's game. Make sure you're in it tomorrow to watch more adventure class. Gentlemen, raise those trophies high. Let's give it up for the adventure class, Lone Star 2024. That was some crazy flying. Uh-oh. Oh, they're all talking about who they're going to hit with it. Yeah, they're going right at Brennan. All right, we got one more class to go. It's time for the Unlimited class. Let's learn a bit about that right now.
He pushes me and I push him, and same with Hal. We're challenging each other. Everyone's like, "Ooh, this is gonna be close."
I have beat him, but not often. I gotta be really on my game, and he's gotta be off his a little bit.
The hard work happens with the majority of what Steve does before we get here. It's the innovations, the development of the new parts, testing them, all that. And a lot of that has to do with what Steve does before we get here.
Really excited. I just hung my weights and got everything ready for traditional STOL, and I'm just excited to get going.
I usually fly a Highlander, but I sold it. I'm rebuilding a new one that's going to be pretty competitive at both National STOL and STOL Drag, so I'm excited about that, but it ain't ready yet.
I fly my Rans off a grass strip in airport about 15 minutes from my house. Rick and Colin Kadiva, both really good friends of mine. Colin has a place with a strip behind his house. I've flown in and out of there.
Patrick and I, we got a little bit of a grudge match going.
Come on, get it stopped, Charles. Get it stopped, Charles. No!
You know, had to let it all hang out.
Oh, man,
One way or another, we're going to stop it, even if it's sideways.
It's so fun. I got to fly the Unlimited. You can't beat it.
That was an absolutely incredible adventure class. And that I'm just thinking about how insane that was.
That was so
By
much
the way,
fun to watch.
Oh, wait,
no,
stop.
Kill it, Colin.
Get away from that. Get away from that, Corin. Volunteer there. We got to power that plane down. Jared blew over the
Now you can fix it.
What do you even call that thing?
It's really just a guard to protect the wires that are going across the taxiway.
Right. So that little guard there got blown up, and
yeah, the amount of thrust that these airplanes are creating when Jared gassed his to make a little noise for the crowd, I think he just picked that up and blew it back.
Flipped it over, so we got to reset that.
And,
Colin Kaniva doing the right thing and stopping.
Absolutely.
Not trying to go over it. And then it was just some communication to make sure the volunteer that was like, I'll go fix it, did not go fix it. Did not need to fix it
did
that
not
urgently.
need to fix it with that prop spinning.
Yeah, so we got to make sure everyone's safe right there. So we'll get that figured out while they get that reset. Let's go to the lineup. Actually, let's walk through the results of Adventure Class, because that thing was insane. So, first place, Brian Steck with a combined score of 129. Jerry Garrettson, 140. Third place going to Jeff Daly, 150. James Barkheimer, fourth place, just off the podium, 183 feet. Colin Kaniva, 191. And Luke Spohr bringing up sixth place with 240 feet. And then Paul Rogers in seventh with a combined score of 307. So that was your adventure class. And now let's look at who's going to be flying in your unlimited class. This is going to be a fun one, Russ.
It is. There's some competition going to be happening right here, right now.
So Keith Lang's bringing, and what I love about this class is it is a big mix of people. Keith Lang in the 1956 Piper Super Cub, Rick Boardman in a Carbon Cub, Justin Metters in that highly modified Just Super STOL, Steve Henry in his highly modified aircraft, and then, of course, Dan Reynolds in the back in another very weird aircraft, which you know a little thing about.
I know a little bit about it.
You learn a little bit about what it's like to have a really weird airplane. So that's going to be him in the Chinook. And we're getting the adventure class recovered now.
There is a huge difference between Dan's Chinook and my Chinook.
And we are joined right now by a wonderful man who has just stepped up. And I don't know, is it even fair to have you in here? You come on over here. Josh Richling is here. Can we see you? Yeah, you're there. The sun is kind of hitting the booth funny, but no, you're good.
Yeah, you're good.
You don't need to squat.
You don't need to see me.
So Josh, you are the crew chief for Steve Henry. You guys were talking this morning about making some tweaks. I don't know if I overheard it, but am I allowed to say what I overheard?
Yeah, sure. You know, it's no secret. Steve doesn't have very many secrets. He makes sure everybody knows what he's doing, and he wants them to try the same thing as long as they buy those parts from him to try it with.
So what I heard was some of the strategy heading into competition today was about prop pitch. He's like, if we change the pitch of the prop just a few degrees, it might give me another 100 RPM. That can make a huge difference.
It certainly does. We make prop pitch adjustments constantly based on temperature, a number of other factors, humidity, elevation. We go from event to event, changing prop pitch, and we're not the only one that does it. There are other folks that change their prop pitch, but they're doing it because they're flying their planes in on a kind of a cruising pitch, and then they want to get on a takeoff pitch when they get here, so they got to adjust theirs. So, but we're constantly watching everything and seeing what needs to change, and we may do it throughout the day too. We've already made an additional change since we've been in practice. So Steve is going out there on a pitch that we have not tested yet. So this is going to be, he's going to let us know what the if it works or not. We don't really know.
Putting the E in experimental today.
That's exactly right. I don't know if Dan doesn't really do that too much, but I don't think. Sounds like it's working.
It looked like it was working.
All right, I'm not sure if Keith Lang is going to be out joining us right now, but let's get started with some introductions here from Henderson, Nebraska. Race number 94. It's a 2015 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Rick Boardman, everybody. So Rick's been flying since 1980, and he's flown like all the planes. Does spray flying. He's even got his helicopter and instrument ratings. Notably without the belly pod. You and I, every time Rick Boardman flies and you and I are together, we see the belly pod and you're like, oh, it's aerodynamically beneficial. Not today.
What he discovered was, although it may be aerodynamically beneficial in flying, it raised his engine temperatures. And he noticed, I think, about a 20-degree temperature change, decrease in the engine temperatures when he removed it. So it was disrupting the airflow in front of him, not changing his airspeed, but changing the direction of the air flowed through his fins, and it actually heated his engine up. So he's decided to go without it.
Worth the change then. Here's Keith Lang, everybody. I kind of spoiled it. From Wasilla, Alaska, race number 50, 1956 Piper Super Cub. Give it up for Keith Lang. Keith Lang, what I love about Unlimited is it's a run what you brung class. And he's bringing a 1956 Super Cub with some modifications to it. But not a lot. I mean, so you compare that to what's rolling up next. This is race number 34 from Mineral Wells, Texas. 2016 Just Aircraft Super STOL piloted by, give it up for Justin Metters. And we talked about it during practice this morning, but Justin Metters, a 3-time international Formula One racing national champion, also flying that airplane completely with hand controls.
As if flying this isn't hard enough.
Next up from Nampa, Idaho, it's race number 44 at 2022 Just Aircraft Wild West Aircraft Highlander XL. Give it up for Steve Henry. This man needs no introduction. Made history back in the day with the dead stick takeoff video, and he's been wowing us ever since. Did I do okay? I mean,
that was really good. Yeah,
okay,
he really has, and you're right. That is where it started.
Next up from Dawson, Canada, race number 9, a 1983 Chinook Valdez Special. Give it up for Dan Reynolds. Dan has been flying all sorts of bush planes. He's got a highly modified 1983 Chinook. How much different is this plane from the one you flew today, Russ?
Night and day. He's got a bigger wing. He's got bigger tail surfaces. He generates a little more horsepower than me on takeoff.
With a smaller engine. Bonkers. Hashtag science.
Science.
All right, here comes Rick Boardman coming to the line. Go ahead, Russ.
And where Dan's going to give up on takeoff, he's going to make up on landing because he can fly that airplane down in the 20-mile-an-hour zone.
Yeah, we saw him flying during the STOL demo in Oshkosh. We had a radar detector on him, and he was right around 30 miles an hour one night.
He was into the 20s. He was sub 30.
Rick Boardman. Right around what, like 80 feet or so?
And of course, that speed that we were looking at was ground speed,
right?
Which is affected by wind.
Keith Lang now in the Piper Super Cub from Wasilla, Alaska. I love that he's flying, compared to the one behind him, a pretty old bird. Left main sticking on a little bit
just kind of held on. That may have been a product of the wind, because it looked like the timing was pretty solid.
We've got two Highlanders, right? Like one after another, or two just aircraft. I get confused about which one's which. We got the short coupled version and the long coupled version with Steve. I want to talk about the differences. Look at that, hanging on a little bit longer than he would have liked. Jerry Clemens, Johnny on the spot with exactly where it went off. Here's Steve Henry. Anything we should watch for?
Well, you're going to see the tail come down now, like Justin Meters did in his. Justin Metters. I tell him his name's Meters. He pronounces it wrong. And depending on the wind, Steve may not lift the tail at all and may just try and take off based on the power alone. If he gets a headwind, he typically does that.
I don't even...
That just never gets old.
It just does
not
does
get
it
old.
get old to you and you work on it?
It does not get old. It just blows me away every time I see him go up against competitors. And it just impresses me every time.
Dan Reynolds now in the Chinook coming up to the line. We've seen this airplane back at the beginning of the season land shorter than it is long. Floating like a butterfly. And that was incredibly short too, just over 50 feet. So let's look at the takeoff distances real quick. Rick Boardman, 91 feet. Keith Lang with 109. Justin Metters, 73. Steve Henry, 29 feet. And Dan Reynolds with 53 feet. And again, we were talking about the adventure class. Like, the adventure class guys need to come to Unlimited. They're putting down unlimited numbers as well.
They certainly are, and we're starting to take note of that, too.
So here comes Rick Boardman now on short final. Good over the line.
Carried a lot of energy. Cost him quite a bit of distance. But he wanted to get that one in the books.
Yeah, so now he's safe. He's safe in terms of scratches. He's on the board, and he will be in first place at least until the next landing.
That's correct.
I feel like if I was competing, that would be it for me. I just want to go first so I could say I was first for a little while. Rick Boardman's a way better pilot than me, but that's what I would do. All right, Keith Lang now in the Super Cub. Flaps dropped.
Nice and stable. We'll listen for that power.
Those flaps sure look miniature compared to some of his other competitors.
Nicely over the line.
No power outed at all.
160 horsepower Keith is running on that slightly modified Super Cub.
He's got 110 horsepower less than Justin. No, Justin's at 300 too. Let me get the actual numbers here. Justin's at 300. You guys are at 300, so he's got a fair amount less. Speaking of Justin, here he comes roaring in. Good over the line. Gave up about 25 feet.
Yeah.
And now talk to me about his flaps versus the Steve Henry configuration.
So what's different about Justin's airplane is it's a Just Aircraft Super STOL. So it has a completely different wing. It's a metal ribbed wing. It has movable slats in the front of the leading edge. It has spoilers up inside the wing as well. It has a lot of different functions. The overall weight of that aircraft is typically heavier. However, this is the short one, and Steve Henry is flying the XL version of the Highlander, which has wood wings.
Oh, was it a scratch or not? The tail wheel touched, and that's fine.
Lexi's raising the blue flag.
Lexi says scratch. Let's watch here on the replay. Oh, yeah, touching down about 2 feet.
Right. That left wheel was right on the line. The right wheel was a little bit before it.
Steve will be pushing it today as he knows that he has no room for error against the crew that he's going against this evening.
So here's Dan Reynolds now, who put down a pretty impressive takeoff for an airplane that has a pretty tiny engine, 53-foot takeoff. He's going to float like a butterfly. Get it down and stopped. He's working for it today. Right around 100 feet.
Dan was saying earlier that the crosswinds really affect his landing. He's not able to get the short distances that he'd like to with a crosswind, and if he doesn't have a headwind, he won't be able to get those either.
Yeah, I remember him saying pretty bluntly to me at Oklahoma STOL, saying that, you know, for me, especially against Steve, I just need a headwind.
Yeah.
So as we get ready for the second run of Unlimited class, I want to talk about our friends at iFly EFB. Complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows has all the advanced features pilot want in the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. Fly your freedom. It's different up here. That's iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot. They offer prize packs for our pilots that rotate through the classes throughout the year. Rick Boardman now providing some power.
That takeoff was a little bit longer than his last one.
Yeah, 91 feet.
Look at that windsock. It's the wind has really died down. Still crosswind, direct crosswind, but it has really died down.
And I feel like Unlimited class always gets the short straw when it comes to wind.
Seems like that's the case sometimes. And it's making a difference. You're going to see, if it stays consistent, I think you're going to see some longer takeoffs all across the board.
Justin Metters on the line, lowering that tail down. That never gets old either. That's super cool. Working those hand controls. The one on the left is throttle, rudder, and left brake. The one in his right hand is aileron, pitch, and right brake. There he goes off. Somewhere around 60 feet, so that's going to be an improvement for Justin Metters, I'd guess. Steve Henry trying to grab every ounce of that crosswind he can on the nose, lowering his tail down. I think all planes should have that.
They totally should. Or maybe they shouldn't.
Oh, man. What do we see, 30 feet? 35 feet that time?
Maybe 35, right in that area.
What? I mean, I say it every time Steve flies, but you could take off on the back of an F-14 Tomcat in this plane. No one seems super. I'm always so, you gotta go like nerd. Come on, 50 feet nose to tail for an F-14 Tomcat. Let's go to the danger zone. Here's Dan Reynolds yanking it off.
That sounded like nitrous to me.
Did? Oh, it did?
Oh, absolutely.
So let's set the stage as we go around the pattern now. Rick Boardman already on final. Dan Reynolds currently in first place with 153 feet combined. Justin Metters pretty far behind him so far with 233. Rick Boardman 247. Keith Lang in fourth with 265. Steve Henry not on the board yet due to that scratch. Here's Rick Boardman now working in that crosswind. With a scratch.
It fell out way short for him.
Yeah, just nothing there for him anymore. So that's going to be a scratch for him. So he's going to maintain his third.
And I looked up at the windsock, and it was showing a bit of a tailwind on him. That may have been the reason why it came down quite so early on him.
Keith Lang a bit longer on his takeoff this time, added a little bit less than 30 feet. And he is very smooth on the controls, trying to hold it off. A scratch for him as well. And I wonder if it's that slight shift to a tailwind, and also it feels like it
may be catching him by surprise.
Feels like we have less wind, but it could just also be that we're not receiving as much.
I've flown with Keith in the backcountry of Alaska, and he has certainly got the skills to negotiate some poor winds as well.
Dan Reynolds warned for taking off, angled too short, by the way, of the flags on the last run. So you can't take off at too severe of an angle on the runway there. So race control just mentioning that he's received a warning for that. Justin Metters down, waiting to see that landing score in, while Steve Henry doing his classic Steve Henry low approach. This will be combined with a 36-foot takeoff. Gave up about 30 feet on the landing, but he's good in the books. You got to think he wanted one in the books. You got to aim a little bit further. Now he can dial it back.
That's right. That's what he does. He's got to get one in the books.
Dan Reynolds and Russ, I don't know if in your now that you're an expert Chinook pilot, what advice do you have for Dan Reynolds right now?
With my 3 hours in my Chinook, he's got a challenge. He really does. The winds are not in his favor at all, especially when you look it up now. We get a bit of a tailwind. The Chinooks do not like tailwinds at all.
Hear him working that throttle. Working that throttle. Good over the line.
You can see he carried quite a bit more speed than he did on the last one.
Looks like he nose dove down towards the line. He was carrying a little bit too much altitude as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, the Chinook also, when you give it throttle, according to Dan, it takes about 1 second for it to actually respond to that throttle control because it has to pull wind over the wing in a pusher configuration versus a tractor of a traditional plane where it responds nearly immediately. Is that the case you find as well?
That is true, and what it does is it works just the opposite. So when you add power, it pushes the nose down. We pull power out, it'll pull the nose up.
I see. And so few people fly them, we don't really hear that a lot. So it's outstanding to see two of those type of aircraft, along with Beavers and other unique aircraft here as well, at the same event at the same time. That's pretty cool.
As we get ready for the third and final run, we have to thank another one of our sponsors, Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer and the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They offer Garmin prizes to this unlimited class. So we really thank them for that. Everyone's duking it out for Garmin prizes. Let's look at the standings right now. Dan Reynolds holding his own against Steve Henry with 153 feet. Steve Henry in second place with 165 feet. Justin Metters in third, 216. Rick Boardman, 247. Keith Lang, 265. Honestly, that's pretty tight. We've got a lot of years between those aircraft. We've got a lot of performance between these aircraft. Here's Rick Boardman on his final takeoff of the competition.
Nice. His timing on that one was really, really good. That may be his best takeoff yet. It's going to be really close.
Keith Lang, look at that in the sunset. A Super Cub in the sunset. You don't get that. Oh, gives me a little bit of feels. All right, here we go. Keith Lang. Oh.
He pulled a little early.
A little early, and sounds like he got out of the throttle or something right there.
Yeah, I feel like he would have come off maybe like 10 feet sooner if the throttle issue hadn't happened. 5-10 feet sooner.
Yeah, 88 feet for Rick Boardman. That is by far his best of the day. Well, not by far, but by 3 feet.
By 3 feet, but it is the best. Keith Lang's takeoff 138. Justin Metters. There we go. Okay. That may be within striking distance of Justin Metters' best. Again, he's currently in 3rd place. Here's Steve Henry in 2nd place.
Steve's got to lay it all on the line on this one.
Oh, look at that. Look at that shot.
Oh, that's beautiful. He does have to lay it on the line. I sent him a message, let him know he's in 2nd place. He is aware.
And they're calling that right around 30 feet.
That was a takeoff.
That was a takeoff. That is a thing
that wasn't
we
a
all just
takeoff. I'm sorry,
experienced.
that wasn't a takeoff. That was a launch.
That was a blast off. Okay, here we go. Dan Reynolds holding into 1st.
32 feet.
Woo. He's got his work cut out for him.
That's a nice takeoff for Dan.
It sure is. You know, when he adds that nitrous to that tiny little 2-stroke motor, I've seen it cause some damage to it before. So hopefully that engine holds out for him. He's able to keep riding it. But I think he's getting to the point where he's used to rebuilding it after each major event like this, or at least breaking it open and checking it.
Rick Boardman now on final here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. If you're just tuning in, you've missed one heck of a day here at Lone Star STOL 2024.
60 feet for Dan Reynolds on that takeoff.
Pretty consistent for Dan Reynolds, actually.
Yeah,
Look at that.
53, 59, and 60. Each one got just a little bit longer. And again,
nice one for Rick
coming
Boardman.
in, trying to get it stopped. He's got that tail high. He gets in that situation, and it's really hard to lay on those brakes, or over he goes.
And it's also counterintuitive because you want to hit the brakes harder, and you got to let go of them, right?
You've got to let go, and sometimes even add a little power.
A lot of flying is like that. You have to get yourself out of trouble. You got to do the opposite thing that your brain's telling you to do. Okay, here we go. Keith Lang.
Looking solid.
Very solid over the line.
You'll notice when he comes in, he doesn't hit his gas at all. His approaches are so stable.
Yeah, he's I feel like Keith Lang is like the modern Renaissance man. He's
he really is.
He's got his aircraft control down to.
Well, he's got to, because he'll be dragging his tail.
That's true.
He doesn't have a wheel back there.
Here comes Justin Metters, currently in 3rd place. Ooh, little power to hold it off.
Little
Good
bit.
over the line.
That cost him a little distance, but still not bad at all. I think that's going to be his best landing of the day.
Yeah, good over the line here, it would appear. Yep, just an inch or two above the ground. It's exactly where you want it. His landing score, 115.
And here comes Steve. And this one means everything to him.
Ooh, it's close.
That looked perfect.
Oh,
that looked really
dirt
good.
Kicked up. That was close. That may be the one that clinches it. Here we go. It's under review in the booth. Frame by, oh.
Boy, that is close.
What are they going to call it? They're calling it a scratch
Oh,
for Steve Henry.
no!
Oh, that
so
would've been
so
the one.
close.
Literally
Yeah,
by 5 inches, 4
Absolutely.
inches.
That right wheel just touched down on the line.
Holy moly.
I think I might have to contest that one.
Looking at that
All
frame
right.
by frame, I don't know if we've seen anything closer
Here
today.
comes
Here's
Dan.
Reynolds
Drop,
and a
oh, and
scratch
Dan's
for
going
him.
to scratch it. He was diving. He was going for everything on that one, and it just came down a little early.
Holy cow. All right. Folks, we have to wrap this up in the Unlimited class, but just a quick announcement before we do. Tomorrow is still on as scheduled for the National Championships of National STOL. We have never canceled an event for rain, and if there are thunderstorms, we'll pause and wait it out. But the forecast looks great. Everyone should come out. We are ready to go. 10:30 a.m. tomorrow here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with your Unlimited class winners right after this. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah. Dan win yet?
Special thanks to all our sponsors: Ladd Gardner Insurance, Aviation Protected, Legend Aircraft, not your grandfather's Cub. Get the right trailer for your job with USATrailersDirect.com. Sarasota Avionics, your authorized garment dealer. FlightHelmet.com, specializing in sales and service of flight helmets. Use code NSTOL50 for $50 off. Flying Eyes Optics, the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. Lift Aviation, bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. Aero LEDs, serving every spectrum of the worldwide aviation market. Red Tag Art, innovative and handcrafted aviation art and home goods. Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. iFly EFB. Fly your freedom. It's different up here. Tundra Tailwheels. Upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com. A special thanks to our local sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Legend Aircraft, the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. Nottingham Sulphur Springs Dodge, offering the best Chrysler, Ram, Jeep, and Dodge vehicles in the area. City National Bank, banking and lending with a team you know and trust. Clemens Insurance, the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, maintaining the highest standard of excellence. J. Hobbs Chevy, we're confident you'll find the vehicles you're looking for at a price you can afford. Texas Heritage Bank, large enough to meet your needs, yet small enough to care. ETOS metal roof and wall systems, strength you can rely on, steel you can trust. Powerlift hydraulic doors of Texas, unparalleled functionality, visually striking features, and remarkable durability. First National Bank of East Texas, here to help every step of the way. Thrust Flight, training students to be safe, confident, and disciplined aviators.
grocery supply company, impacting lives through exceptional service. Chad's Media, a premier full-service marketing agency.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas, with the dramatic conclusion of Lonestar STOL 2024. It has been a wild ride. Thank you, all of you in the crowd. What an incredible crowd here in Texas. We hope you'll join us tomorrow as well for the national championships. It's time to wrap up our unlimited class. Here we go. With a takeoff of 58 feet and a landing of 115 feet for a combined score of 177 feet. Third place, Justin Metters. With a takeoff of 29 feet and a landing of 129 feet for a combined score of 165 feet. Second place goes to Steve Henry. And with a takeoff of 53 feet, a landing of 100 feet for a combined score of 153 feet. Give it up for Dan Reynolds. There's some surprise on Dan Reynolds' face right now. What's the reaction?
I can't believe that just happened. That was wild. That's all that little plane can handle, that crosswind and all that. Oh, that was squirrely. And then when the nitrous kicked in that second takeoff, it just yarded me right into the wind. I was like, whoa, stop that. And then I got a warning. Which
it's fine.
Is fair. That's fair. That's the rules. I get that. But I'm shocked I'm standing here.
Well, congratulations very much. Let's give it up for the unlimited class. Lonestar STOL 2024. Justin, Steve, and Dan. And maybe don't get too much on Justin's plane. He says no. He's shaking his head no. Make sure you guys stick around 10:30 a.m. tomorrow for the national championships right back right here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. A big thanks to Cam Walton and Russ Keith for joining me on the mic today. My name's Ryan Dombrowski. Be safe, be well. We'll see you tomorrow for more STOL action. Thanks so much for watching.